Okay, when I tell you that x equals to 5 is a root, this word means it is a solution. So if it is a solution, when you sub into the equation, it is valid. So meaning, if I sub x equals to 5 into my equation, this one. Okay, if I sub it into my equation, it should give me 0 because it's a solution. So if I plug the x equals to 5 in, it will be equals to 0. So you see there's one unknown there, which is k, which is what I want to solve. So this will give me a 100. Okay, so if you proceed to solve it, k is just minus 15. Okay, so you need to understand what's the meaning of root. Sometimes they use the word root, sometimes they use the word solution. Yes. Did I calculate wrongly? Okay, sorry. So it's 17? Okay. Okay, minus 17. Okay, sorry, I never bring my calculator. Okay, so this is part A. So some of the things that you should take note of is when they write this, does it come with a S? If they write values, you know you have two values of k to find. But if they only write value, it's a subtle hint that there's only one answer. Okay? So this is the only solution for part A. Once you solve for the constant, you can plug it into the equation already, because this is always true. So now your equation looks like this. 4x squared minus 17x minus 15. This is your quadratic equation. Okay, put it into your equation. Then they say, can you now find the other root? Meaning the other solution. Okay, so they want you to solve and find the other solution. So this one, to solve it, same thing. You need to go and factorize this and try to find the solution. So here, you can use this. Okay, or you can use this, whichever that works for you. Okay, so those who use this, you will get... Then what's the other one? 5? (4x squared 3x minus 20 minus... Yeah. So once you get the factorized form, then if the product of two brackets give you 0, it means either one of them must be equals to 0. So 4x plus 3 is 0, or x minus 5 is 0. There you can proceed to solve it. So the steps are always the same. Okay, but they want you to find the other root, right? So this is the given one. This is already given. So this is not the other root that we are trying to find. So this case, we will either reject it or write that it's not applicable for this question. This is the answer that we want. This is the other root. The other solution. Okay, because in any quadratic expression that you are trying to solve, there's always two answers. So in this case, they give us one already in part A. This is the other one that we are trying to find. So root means solution. Okay, so I'll leave this here first. Okay, you can write it down if you have not attempted. Okay, so just take note, just treat this chunk as like an X. So if you have a bracket square, you can always take a square root and there's always two possible answers. So if you want, you can make a small note here when taking square root. Okay, you have two possible solutions. Okay, one positive, one negative. Okay? So all these little notes as you make during the notes making process, you highlight so that when you revise it's easier for you. Okay, in fact, all these star questions you are not new to it. You have learned it in Sec 2. Okay, it's just that it's the slightly more difficult kind of questions. Done? Okay, last one. Question 9. Okay, please stop me if I go too fast for you. I'm still trying to learn your pace. Okay, solving part A shouldn't be a problem for you now. This one. Because it's the exact same thing. You either use this method or this. Whichever that gets you to the factorized form. So, 1 is minus 5, 1 is plus 3. Okay, so x times x is x squared. Negative 5x plus 3x. So you get negative 2x. The last one is just minus 15. So that's your two factorized form. And then you proceed to solve them. So one is negative 3. The other one is 5. So this one you should be very good at it already. Part A. The main thing is part B. Okay, the main thing is part B. Okay, I want you to make an observation here. In what ways are they the same? How are they the same? Yes. Sorry? Yeah, you use substitution. So you substitute what as what? Yes. So, Sailesh was saying, we will do a substitution. If you observe carefully, can you see that x, if I change it to y plus 2, my equation is exactly the same. The only thing I've done is to do a substitution of y plus 2 to replace x. So what we have done here is we let x be equals to y plus 2. Then we will get this equation. But we have already solved part A. So from part A, the solution for x is that x is minus 3 or x is 5. So to solve for y, I need to replace my x as y plus 2. So I'm going to change this to y plus 2. So my new solution for y, just shift the positive 2 over. So you will get a minus 5 here and a 3 here. That's it. So once you can see the substitution, then the question is not difficult anymore. Okay. Okay, first thing first. This is what I want to complete. What should I do in the first step? Take away the constant. So let's remove this and shift it all the way to the back and get rid of this part. Okay? So this is step 1. I want to complete this whole shape. Do you need to draw all the time? No need. This is just for you to visualize. How should I be splitting this up? Yes, each of them should get a 3x. And then what is the 0 pair that I should add in? It's a 3 by 3, right? So the 0 pair that I need to add in is a 3 square. But if I add in something, I must take that out so that it forms a 0 pair. So this is a 0 pair. I have not changed the equation in any way. I've taken out what I've added in. Okay? But in actual fact, what is the dimension of this square? What is the dimension of the square that I've just formed? This is a x plus 3, right? So this is a x plus 3 times x plus 3. So this is a x plus 3 square. Okay? Then what am I left with behind? So this is a minus 9 minus 7. What do I get? Not 2. Use calculator. Minus 9 minus 7. The minus is there. You all cannot pretend that it don't exist. Minus 16. So be careful. This is where you all will always lose marks. Because you all always ignore this, right? Then you all 9 minus 7, 2. Then put the minus back. No. This is negative 9. Take away another 7. So total, take away 16. So this is completed square form. This is the square that you have tried to form using this expression. Okay? Yes.
Do this without the square.
Can. Don't need to draw this. This you can draw only if it helps you. But if it doesn't, you can straight away give me the answer. Okay, so there is a trick here. I hope you all can see that this number here is always half of this number. Can you see that this number here is always half of the number you see in front of x? You always half it because you divide them into 2, right? And then, what is this number over here? It is always square of the half. Meaning this number, you square it. So if you want to completely do away with all this diagram, you memorize the pattern. Okay, this is the short form pattern. So I show you one more time, without the diagram now. This is what I'm trying to complete. This is the constant that I want to deal with later. So what is the 0 pair that I should add in?
5.
Yes, so remember it's always half of this number, but you square it. Half of this number in front, but you square it. And then you take it away. Okay? And this 3 forms your square. What is the dimension of your square? What plus what? It's always these 2 numbers. Yes. So it's always these 2 numbers only. And then your final value, you press the calculator. This is it. So I have students who over time don't even need the second step and can give me this straight because they did the calculation in their mind. Because this question, completing the square in O level, sometimes they give you 2 marks to force you to show this. Sometimes they only give you 1 mark. So you don't want to spend too much time showing all the methods. You just want to get to the answer. So remember, this number, you half it. You get this. Okay? So for those of you who need one more example, let me just show you a very quick one. Let's say 8x. Okay, you don't care about the constant. Whatever they write there as the constant, it doesn't matter. Because what you care about is these 2 terms. This is what you need to form a square with. So these 2, you copy down. So you want to add in the 0 pair. So the 0 pair, you only look at this number. And you half it. Because like the diagram, we need to half them so that we line them up at the sides so that they can be a square. So this 0 pair that I add in should be 4 square. Right? Because 4 by 4 over here. So it's always half of this number. I want you to see that this is half of the number. Okay? And you subtract it away so that you don't change anything. The constant, just throw it at the back. Handle it last. So these 3 forms your square now. Okay, that 3 parts that you see there, it forms your square. So the dimension, like what we mentioned earlier on, you only look at these 2 numbers. Okay, the subsequent part, press the calculator with the negative. So you should get a negative what? 33. That's it. So can you skip many steps? You can. In fact, you just have this number. This goes into the bracket. Okay? And then you know you need to subtract this number square and then add it to this. So if you can internalize this, then you don't even need to show me the middle step. You can straight away give me the answer. That's 2 marks direct. Okay? Okay, those who's done, can you try? Even if it's negative, it works the same way. Can you try? Okay, first thing first, you need to complete the square. So actually, I don't care about the constant. Because where the constant is, it doesn't matter. What matters is I complete the square. So I'm only interested in that 2 term. Everything else, I can leave it on one side first. So I need to add in my 0 pair. Remember? You add a bracket square. You take it out. So what is the number you put in? Okay, listen. The number you put in is always this entire number. Place it in the bracket square. And then remember to half it. Okay? So these first 3 terms, it's your square. So both the terms with the square, you copy down as what you saw there. So one is this. Bring it down. The other one is this. Bring it down as well. So okay, instead of, okay, I write like that. So we copy that whole thing down. Okay, what is left over? You go and evaluate using calculator. This one. Including the negative sign. So key into your calculator. Some of you, when I mark your quiz, even keying into the calculator, you are not careful. So when you key in, the negative sign is outside of the bracket, and then you key in, you square, you should get a minus 16. You try and check whether you get a negative 16 for this yellow box. You key in. Okay, take out a calculator and check. Okay, don't think it's very trivial. Some of you really in your quiz, when you key into the calculator, you got a different answer. So try keying that. Kiran, are you trying? Okay, once I reach this point, I want to solve, right? I need to get rid of the negative 16. Put the constant all at one side. So actually what I'm doing is to add 16 on both sides. So this is gone. Okay? So I'm left with this. Actually a over 2 is just 4. Okay? So you should reach this point. The moment you reach this point, take a square root. This is question 4. Okay, this is question 4. Take a square root of 20. And you always have a plus and a minus. Some of you in your quiz, you wrote the plus and minus inside the square root. Then it's wrong already. Okay, so it's outside. So 2 answers. One is positive 20. Okay, the other one is negative root 20. So to solve it, bring the plus 4 over. Then you key into the calculator. So you should get 2 answers. If the question never say 2 dp, it's default 3 SF. So your answer is 8.47 3 SF minus 0.472 3 SF. So 3 significant figure. The first 0 is non-significant. So 3 decimal place in this case. Okay, so do corrections if you have done it wrongly on the foolscap paper. Okay, later I will quiz you complete the square again because it's not so well done for the first quiz. We will do until we are numb.
Oh my god, that's not take for effort.
No, it will be fine. So quiz fun.
So can I see like, do you already have a routine?
No, I will do up. By Thursday, we will change.
What are you gonna spend it?
You'll find out.
So you should leave me here, okay? Don't move me, honestly. This time my table is like set 1.
So I change every other people except keeping you there. Okay,
Then
can.
you put your in front of me.
Now I know who to stay away, right?
You think about it. I don't even know her.
Okay, next question. Shh. Okay, why am I hearing a lot of private conversations? Does it mean you have a very good understanding already? You will score full marks for your quiz? Are you, Then pay attention. Okay, this one. Same idea. This is an expression. You don't see an equal sign. Same thing. Copy the first 2. The constant write very far apart. Then put in your 0 pair. So plus bracket square minus bracket square. So I repeat one more time. You must put in first before you take out. You cannot take out something then put it back. That's stealing. So remind yourself. During exam, if you forget, remind yourself of this word. We don't steal, right? So you don't take out first then put back. You put in first then you take out. Okay, you're just retrieving what you put in. So plus first followed by minus. So the number you put in is this entire number. So put in the minus 13. Okay, and then remember to half it. Jamil and Sailesh, you're listening. Okay, so these 3, make it into a square. The 2 terms with the square, just copy down. Okay, so copy down the x, copy down the negative 13 over 2. The remaining part, just key the whole thing into calculator. So what does the calculator give you? 205 over 4. Okay, you check. Remember, I must key in including the negative sign. This whole chunk. You key into the calculator and check. Including this. Okay, you must really key in to check whether you get it or not. So you are done. Okay. If I ask you for the value of A and B, what is A? If I ask, what is A? Negative 13 over 2. This one, the whole thing. What is B? The whole thing. So if the question asks, find the value of A and of B, you put it side by side and then you copy over. Otherwise, this is the answer on the answer blank. Some of you, question asks for this, you give me the A and B on the answer blank. Then you lose your final answer mark. So be careful, Okay, I believe B is the one that you are a bit confused. Okay, part B, I just want to bring to your attention the word hence. They want you to use your answer from part A. So you must link it back to the expression x squared minus 13. How can I get x squared minus 13? It's either I multiply the expression by 2 or I divide this thing by 2. So if I divide the whole thing by 2, I get x squared minus 13x minus 9 minus 49. Something like that. Okay? Can? So if you divide by 2, can you see your left hand side? It's exactly your part A. You see your part A expression? It's exactly the same thing. So from part A, I can change this to this instead. Okay? So from part A, I already know my answer is this. So I just do a replacement and then I want to solve my question from there. So what is the value if I add them? Okay, so if I bring this over, or rather I add 205 over 4 on both sides, I'm left with 9 over 4 here. Okay, because this cancels out. So the moment you add this, you get 9 over 4. So once you have something square equal to a number, you can take square root already. So just take square root plus minus square root 9 over 4. Actually, this gives you a very nice number. It's just 3 over 2.
Wait.
So I have two answers, one positive, one negative. So if I split them up, one of it is equals to 3 over 2. The other one is equals to negative 3 over 2. So one positive, one negative. So for those of you who's wondering, how come I got two answers, right? When you want to solve for A, you will take a square root of 9. So 9, you will get 3 or negative 3 as the answer. Because why? If you put this back in, can we see that 3 square is 9? Negative 3 square is also 9. So 1 positive, 1 negative, when you square root, it still gives you that same value. So you always have 2 answers. 1 positive, 1 negative. No, this one is just an example to explain. This one is for explanation purpose. So finally, to solve it, 3 over 2 plus 13 over 2, you get 8. Minus 3 over 2 plus 13 over 2, you get 5. Okay, so 2 answers. X plus C equals to 0. You must always make sure that you arrange in this way first. So this is 4x squared. 7x minus 3 equals to 0. So you need to know what's the A, what's the B, and what's the C. So once you know the ABCs, then your Lady Gaga comes into play. So we will negative B, right? So negative B. Then plus minus square root. Okay, B square minus 4AC. Okay, over 2A. So the rest is just calculator's work. So how to get your 2 answers? So without the square root, you key the rest into the calculator. 7 square minus 4 times negative 3. You get a 97 inside. So what are the 2 answers? One is like that. The other one is like this. So I just want to point out that one is positive, one is negative. Then you get your final answer. So this method works for every quadratic equation. Okay? Oh, the question say 2dp, sorry. Okay? Yeah, recess. Can. Sing me the song before you go.
I know, I don't need to sing, I already memorized.
Okay, can. Okay, what time is the lesson ending? Because Friday's timing of 45. Okay, we still have 3 minutes. Let's just do one more. So you know they won't make your life so easy, right? They always want you to rearrange first.
Wow.
So rearrange. Put them in order first. Then get your ABCs out. And then bring Lady Agaga out. Okay, so it will always be like that. So as long as you get to the equation, so they are quite irritating, right? Then they put in brackets, you need to simplify, then you shift, then you can use quadratic formula. So they try to make things difficult, okay, but don't be scared. Okay, so no matter how complicated the equation is, just simplify and get your quadratic equation out. Find your ABCs and do your Lady Gaga stunt. Okay, so what are your two answers? Okay, all 2DP answers. Okay, so actually this subtopic is completed. Quadratic formula is just like that. Okay, so actually I don't see you for the entire of next week because Thursday and Friday we don't have lessons. So when you come back after camp, that whole week there's no math. So if you can, you do as many of the PMP questions as possible. And really, if you can also start on the PMP for 1.3. Okay, because it's not just after camp, you still have that weekend before I see you for the following week. Okay, can ah? Okay, let's greet each other before you go for your white recess ah. Okay, thank you class. Okay, have a nice day. Okay, listen ah. Shh. This is the quadratic equation. It always looks like this. It always has a x squared variable. And then it comes with a number in front of it. So your A, your B, and your C value will vary according to the equation. So for the PMP, I will go through a few. The rest that I don't go through will be your homework. So first thing, let's do one. Oh, math is about practice. If you don't do, math will give you up. So you must shower math with attention every day. Okay, little bit.
One question.
Later we need go. Okay, anyway, coefficient of x squared is 2, so that's your A value. B is coefficient of x, 7. Coefficient means the number in front of the variable. So the number in front of x squared is 2. The number in front of x is 7. Coefficient, you learn in Sec 1, right?
Yeah.
Then the last one, C is the constant. Okay. Okay, but yes. Because the sign in front of it is attached, like surname like that. Or what page? This is page 2. of 1.2. You turn to notes 1.2, the second page. No, those that I never teach today. So we are at 1 now. That's why I must change sitting arrangement. You all keep engaging in small little conversations. So let's look at page 2 of notes 1.2, the first example. Okay, one thing you need to remind yourself, okay, I'm the setter of your 3E paper. So I just like to tell you that I like to set traps. So what kind of traps can I set for this question? Because when y'all see the question, right, y'all straight away find ABC. But you need to make sure that it's equals to 0. If it's not equals to 0, the ABC is not accurate. You need to shift everything to one side, simplify it before you find your ABC. So one very important criteria, this side is always equals to 0. Check that it is equals to 0 before you start finding your ABC. Okay, then now we do your Lady Gaga, right? So negative b plus or minus square root b square minus 4ac over 2a. So you just have to plug in the values. And then the rest is calculator's work. So it's a good habit for you to key in this string of numbers into the calculator, the whole thing. So you get 7 square. Ayo, my one died. So sad.
So use my one.
Got 2, let me 1. 7 square. You get 153. Ayo. And then over 4. So the rest is just calculator's work. You have 2 answers. One is like this. The other one is like this. This question is 3 marks. Putting your values into the quadratic formula, having the simplified answers, and your final answer. So 3 marks for this. This question 1.
What's that number?
153. Okay, that's it. Okay, is there a way to find the answer without keying into quadratic formula? You can. So if you are using this Casio calculator, you press mode 5, 2, 2. So again, you press mode, then it goes into number 5 equation. And then they ask you decimal or polynomial. Go for polynomial 2. And then they ask you what's the degree. Degree means the highest power in your expression, which is square. So press 2. Then the expression comes out. You key in your A as 2. Press equal. Key in your B as 7. Key in your C as negative 13. You press equal, they will give you your 2 answers. I will show you on the screen again. So 6 and 7. So the first one is x squared. The third one is 36. And then the last one is negative 13x. So x times x gives you x squared. And then you want to pick the factors of 36 that will somehow add to give you 13. So 9 and 4 seems like a good pair. Okay, so 9 times 4 is 36. So we are good there. And then diagonally you multiply. Okay, diagonally you multiply. The last column you add. You need to get negative 13x. So actually both of them should be negative. So that when you add them, you get negative 13. The sign must follow through. So we check again. Negative 9 times negative 4 also gives you positive 36. So you know you are good. So this is the two factors that you want. So the two answers will be x minus 9 and x minus 4. Don't be very eager to equate to 0 and solve because that's the second part. So factorize this, done. Just like that, stop. Part B, solve. So because this question never say hence, you don't need to use the answer from here to solve. So some of you use your completing the square, that's also correct. But if I say hence, then you must use this answer to solve. So I use this answer equals to 0. Since these two multiply each other gives me 0, means either one of them must be equals to 0. If not, how to get 0? So it's x minus 9 is 0 or x minus 4 is 0. So x is 9, x is 4. So that's your two answer. Okay, so I'm looking out for the method of you solving, knowing that each of them equals to 0. And then of course your final answer. Okay, so this is solving. This is factorizing. You must know the difference. So don't anyhow everything also solve. Okay, second one. Same thing. They ask me to solve. They are already in brackets. Don't go and expand and complete the square and kill yourself. Right? Just solve. Because this means either of them equals to 0 already. Don't work so hard. So the product of them gives you 0 means either one of them must be equals to 0. Kiran, you following? Why you like very dead like that? Not like Cam? So bring the 1 over. Divide by 2. Okay, stop whining.
I'm not whining.
Okay, so these are the two answers. So the mark goes into you knowing that they are both equals to 0 and then finally solving it. So do corrections. For your WA1, study through your quizzes. Okay, and then the assignment I'm going to give you, you also study through that. Because all your assignment questions are from 10-year series. Right hand side. Ken? Last one. Do corrections, Okay, this one. When they write like that, means they are forcing you to complete the square. You cannot use any other methods. So we do the same thing. First two copy. Last one throw behind. Okay, put in your 0 pair. You put in first, then you take out. Remember, we don't steal. So this one, put on top. And then you half it. So the moment, if it's a 2-mark question, the moment you write this, you get 1 mark already. But if it's 1 mark, then no choice. Everything needs to be correct. Okay, then these 3, form your square. This one and this copy down. Okay, the remaining part, this entire expression left behind, key into the calculator. What do you get? What do you get? Is it 25 over something? 29 over what? Okay, 29 over 4. Just double check that you got this. Some of you, it's your issue with keying into the calculator. Okay, so key this whole thing into the calculator as what you see here. You should get this. If you don't, you see me for calculator skills. I have one set of worksheet that you can just practice calculating. So this is done.
That's so bad.
Write the answer here. Okay, next one. You see hands. When you see hands, don't go and redo the question again. Use your answer from part A. So this one, copy. Okay, so the moment you write this, you get 1 mark already. Because you know how to substitute in. Bring the number over. Okay, do corrections. Jamil, you don't look like you're doing corrections with 2 hands free. Right, like that. How to do? Or he help you do? Okay, so here, take a square root. Okay, take a square root. And then final answer, there's 2. So 2 answers. One is this plus 3 over 2. One is this plus 3 over 2. What's your 2 answer? Those who got it?
4.19.
4.19.
Or minus 1.19. Negative 1.
Okay, do your corrections and then file into your file. Update content page. Okay, so remember this title is just term 1 quiz 1. Then write your marks there. Correction done, put done. Okay, update your content page so that you won't be overwhelmed when you are asked for file check. Okay, so next lesson we will quiz. But solving quadratic equations mean to you? Anything that comes to your mind.
You find the answer.
You find the solution. You are supposed to find the value of unknown. Okay, whatever variable you are given. Okay, what else? What does solving quadratic equations by graphical method means to you?
Using graphs. To find the value of the.
Using graphs.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means we find the value using graphs. That's okay. What else? When I say solve the quadratic equation using graph, what am I asking you? What do you know about it? Yeah, this one is last year. Remember when you all were asked to solve? What are you finding?
You know what I remember? You're very hard to this question.
It's not like diary talk out loud. Okay, what do you know about solving quadratic equations involving graphs? No, nothing. Quadratic graph look like what?
It looks like a curve.
A curve. So it's either the smiling one or the frowning one. So these shapes are special. They are called parabolas. A frowning one is a maximum curve because your maximum point is here. Okay, this is your minimum curve because the lowest point is at its lowest possible place. So that is how your graph looks like. So when your graph, this part left hand side is your graph. This is the curve that we are talking about. Equals to 0. What do you think it means? This is the graph we plot out, right? So let's say you plot. And then I say, I want to solve the graph equal to 0. What does it mean?
All the numbers
All the numbers what?
equals to 0.
No, not possible for all the numbers to be equals to 0. What does equals to 0 mean?
It means like at the line.
At the line, yes. So this one, this is like your curve, your y equation, right? So when y is equals to 0, how does that line looks like? Like that or like that?
Why? So it's
Like that or like that? You show me, everybody. I see all the Ultraman. How long like that? Sure. You all get peer influence, right? You see your friend like that, it's like that. Change. What should it be? It's like that. It's like that, people. Those who were like that, you got changed by your friend, right?
okay.
Do you all remember long time ago when you learn linear graph? Y equals to A look like that. You all remember your y-axis, your x-axis. Y equals to A is a horizontal line. And then x equals to B is a vertical line.
When?
Sec 1, chapter 11, linear function.
We didn't.
I don't think Ma'am Harsha taught us.
No,
we did.
So this is a horizontal. Okay, never mind. I dig up the history, I tell you. Okay, this is horizontal line. This is vertical line. Okay, so now when they say y is equals to 0, actually is this line here, your x-axis. This is when the y value is equals to 0. Okay, so they are trying to ask you to find the intersection between your curve and the y equals to 0 line. So this is the 2 points of intersection they are trying to find. So what you want to know is how to find the solution from intersection of curve and line. Y equals to 0 particularly. So this is what you have learned. You know how to plot a graph already. You know solving equation is about finding solution. But when we link it to graph, it is finding the points of intersection between the curve and that line. Okay, so that is what we are learning now. So this is the curve. They very nice. They plot for you already. Okay, so plot out already. Then they say, this is the graph. Y equals to x squared minus 8x plus 12. So this is the graph. Plot out for you already. So if you have done the dirty work, you would have done this. And then you go and find all these values and then you plot out this graph. So this one done for you. Then they say, can you now solve this graph equals to 0 for me? So let me just put these two together. First one, this is my curve. This is my curve. Now they want me to solve this. They want this to be equals to 0. Can you see? This is what they want me to solve, right? So this is actually equals to y. So they are asking you, when y equals to 0, what are the x values you have? So go and draw the horizontal line y equals to 0. Draw it here. Y equals to 0. And then go and find that 2 points of intersection. That will be your 2 solutions. So what is the 2 solution? It's just 2 and 6. So we either call them solutions or we call them roots. Okay, they are both your solutions. Okay, so graphical method just means you need to find the intersection between the line and the curve. And just that this line that we are talking about is equals to 0. Okay, so it's quite direct, huh? Anyone not in the class? 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 20. Brandon is absent today, so he's not out for duty. What diarrhea? Exclusive?
Explosive.
Oh, explosive. Okay, thanks. Too much detail. I had an image.
TMI.
What is TMI?
Too much info.
Huh?
Too much information.
Oh. Now the youngsters all talk like that. Oh. You know, I one day my daughter, no, I must mark. I must mark Brandon absent. Okay, sorry.
Just what I think she did.
She went to the sister?
Yeah, she was checking who was in class.
What?
Or maybe she didn't.
Okay, never mind. Okay, you know one day my daughter came back and then she sang the Sigma Boy song.
Oh!
And for your info, my daughter is P3. So I asked her, what is this song about? Then she just kept singing, then don't know got what hand action. Then I was like, what is Sigma? To me, to a mathematics teacher, Sigma is a symbol. Okay, that we use it for calculating standard deviation. So that day I went to my 4C, I asked them, what is Sigma? Then some of them say, oh, Sigma means is I'm sick of my boy. I say, huh? Then you must Sigma boy like that. I was like, then okay. Then the other person say, Joe, we check the definition for you. It means like a loner who is very independent. No, loner is what I say. They say independent person who makes decision on his own and likes to be on his own. Then I say, then it's loner lah. Then another boy say, no, sigma means cool.
Yeah.
So you say this person very like, how do you describe a person? Very sigma. That means that person is cool. Cool say cool lah, right? Why must come out with a sigma? Where did it come from?
Gen
Like,
Toilet.
yeah, and then that one, the skibidi toilet thing is also another thing that frustrates me. Because when you say somebody is skibidi toilet means what?
Just you must see the video. See the video.
I just saw one head that comes out from the bowl, but what's the meaning for it?
No idea.
No idea.
Then you all just follow blindly.
It's not hard.
But you all are like enjoying it, right?
Yes, us, all
We
of
make
us.
fun of it
All of us follow it.
Why?
because it's so stupid.
Then you all
It's so
just
stupid.
follow stupid things.
It's,
No.
it's brain dead
It's the future of
entertainment.
our generation.
So everybody likes the head from the toilet bowl. Everybody likes to be a sigma boy. But why sigma boy, not sigma girl eh?
Because
Girls are not sigma.
what the hell, curious?
So okay, so let's confirm,
Out. This is a female-dominated class.
Chairperson. Okay, so I just confirmed.
Bisexual.
Sigma means cool, is it? Okay, we standardize the definition. I don't want somebody say when the word comes out and say he means I loner. Okay, then the skibidi.
Don't know. Actually, I have no idea. Let's look it up.
Oh, skibidi means not cool. So you're either sigma or skibidi. Right?
You just skip it all like
Skibidi got no meaning. So if I see somebody looking very silly, I say, oh, you're so skibidi. Then the person, wow, you're so cool. You don't say cool, oh, you're so sigma. Like that. Oh
Yeah.
my god, what is wrong with this generation? Then y'all say I'm wrong, right? I don't know.
Skip the toilet toy.
Never mind. I still cannot believe that word, all these word thing. Okay, but I'm trying to learn, okay? I'm trying to learn.
It's not the type of person to be confused on Instagram but thrive in Facebook.
Okay, let's move on. Give me the table of values. Okay, anyone needs me to show you how to substitute?
No.
Okay, so this one means x is minus 4, right? So you key into the calculator. X is like a bracket. Put the minus 4 in.
squared.
Which is 16.
Put the minus 4 in. And then you press equal. What does the calculator give you? 4, sure, I trust you. Okay, then change. Change this value to minus 3 now. So in your calculator, don't work so hard. Just keep changing the number only. Go back to the formula. Press equal. Must have bracket, What is it? 1. I heard we have a mental sum genius in the class.
Oh.
What? Okay, press calculator. 0. Y'all got calculator not? Y'all look like y'all pressing but no output.
How do I get 0? I got minus 17.
You got put bracket not?
Yes. Confirm
Zero,
the
zero.
wrong guy. Confirm the wrong guy.
It's 0.
0
Yeah, 0, 0.
Okay, change to minus 1.
Oh, it's 1. Oh, never mind. Correct.
Just go to your calculator and change that number
It's
only. 1.
And then last one should be 4. Yeah.
4 Confirm Okay, then we start plotting. By right, you should do this at home. But in case you forgot how to plot, which given that this generation tends to forget things. Okay, so when x is minus 4, okay, you can draw dotted line if you want. When y is 4. So where they meet is the point you want, here. Okay, next one is minus 3. And then they meet at 1. Always start from the x-axis. So this is your second point. Next one is when x is minus 2. And then meet at 0. So here. Then minus 1 is here. Then they meet at 1 again. Here. Okay, looks like your graph is staring at you already. When x is 0, y is at 4. So this is your last point. So join them together. Make sure they don't look scary. Not like that. Don't join like that. You still draw this kind of graph at this point. I print your graph out. I put A3, put on the foyer with your name there. Okay, but I won't put the class. Okay, so remember, it cannot be sharp like that. It must be smooth. So make sure when you pass through, okay, it must pass through all the points. Then it must look like it's really smiling. Okay, my hand shaking. Okay, because it's not easy to draw on the iPad. Okay, so then you write your equation of graph. All these are good habits that you should already have. Don't scare me when I quiz you. Yes. Okay, then they say when the graph, you want to solve it, they say solve the graph. This whole thing equals to 0. What does it mean again? What does it mean again? You want to draw the line y equals to 0. Here. How many solutions that you have? You only have one. This one. It only meets at 1 point. So the solution in this case is just x equals to minus 2. There's only 1. But actually, it's not wrong for your friend to say there's 2. Because it is just so happen that the 2 solutions you found are the same one. They are repeated. So, although you only found 1, actually when you really go and solve it, okay, when you factorize this is what you get. Not in a vengeful way, but this is what you get. Okay, so this is the 2 solution that you get. And then when you solve it, equals to 0. X plus 2 is 0. X plus 2 is 0. What do you realize? Both are the same. So you have 2 solutions, just that they are equal and repeated. Equal and repeated. So this can happen. Just now we had this case, right? 1 here, 1 here. 2 distinct and real roots. What does the real here means?
They're different.
They are different? What does real means? Mathematically. What awkward silence? What does real means? Real numbers.
Rational.
What does not legit roots? What is not legit roots? Okay, real numbers means as long as it's a number that you can find on the number line, okay, that value can be any kind of value you can find on the number line. So it's called 2 distinct and real roots. So the 2 roots that you find are different. That's why they are distinct. But this case is where they are equal. This happens when these curves only touch the graph at 1 point. This is called touching the graph, or not touch, touching the x-axis at 1 point only. Okay, so we have first scenario, this kind, 2 points. Second scenario, only 1 touch. Okay, that means 1 solution only. Okay, last one, last case. Can I move on? Are you making notes or anything? No, Yes. Oh, you didn't bring the notes.
Where's mine?
I don't think I have spares. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
But you have iPad, the PLD. I have the soft copy in the Google Classroom. Okay, this one. Give me the table of values. Same thing. Okay, it's okay. You just follow. Can we be friendly, people?
It's so heavy.
Okay, so I want to find the value of y. So for the interest of those who always get different answer, be careful. When you see x, change it into a bracket. Okay? Then here there's another x, change it into a bracket, and then you key in the number you want to put in. So put in -1 first, press equal. What did your calculator say? 14. Change to 0. 7. Oh, some of you do already. Very good. So proud of you. What is this? Oh, 7. What is 1? 2? 3? I see got 2. Very good. But the numbers quite interesting, huh?
So Sigma.
Okay. Okay, so sigma.
So you go with your sec 1 class and then you tell them.
Maybe they don't know, right?
They definitely know one.
Correct or not correct? Anybody got a different value? Okay, then let's plot. -1 with 14. So -1 is here. 14 means 4 box. Your plotting skill, I trust,
No.
0 with 7. Very scary, the things you all say. 4, 5, 6, 7 here. Then 1 with 4. You all can count, right? 2 with 5. A bit higher. And then 3 with 10. So your plotting must get is a 3 marks. Make sure you plot properly. Okay. Okay, looks like a curve, correct. So let's join them together.
Sorry, Sigma, I got you. I don't know.
Make sure it crosses all the points that you have plotted. And then you can write the equation.
Don't question my handwriting. When you use my paper, you don't question my handwriting.
Okay, so if I ask you the question, I want you to solve this graph equals to 0. That means I want this curve to intersect with the line y equals to 0. So I draw the line y equals to 0. Do they meet at all?
No.
So when there's no intersection, we say that you have no real roots. Okay, you cannot find any solution that lies on the number line for this case. When you go tertiary level, you will learn complex roots. Okay, complex ones. Okay, which involves negative numbers, which involves the letter I. Okay, and then when you go tertiary level, they will tell you who say no solution have. Just that it's not real, it's complex. Okay, so in our level, we just learn that when they don't meet, there's no real roots or no real solutions. Okay, so this is the third case already. So first case, 2 distinct and real roots. Second case, equal and repeated root only 1. And then third case is where they don't meet at all, it fly above it. Okay? Is that it already? Very good. So this part is only about the behavior of the graph.
Why the easy one so short?
Why? Easy you don't like.
Easy I like.
So you are very confused, right? Done?
9:45.
No, that's not a nice thing to ask, right? Okay, the festive season is coming. If you have guests at your house, you don't ask them what time you leaving, right? It's the same feeling.
I give you a power. Run faster.
Okay, I give you ang pao with math question inside. Wait for me. I put one math question inside, you see. Oh yeah. Okay, this one. Summary number 1. If the curve
Sorry, beta. You write like.
cuts this line at 2 points, 2 distinct and real roots. Second case, if it just touches it, this one is actually you can say 2 equal and repeated roots. Okay, third case, fly above, no real roots. Okay, of course, it's not always the case that your graph is a smiley graph, right? One period gone. It can also look like this. Okay, but this one also two solution. This one also look opposite, two solution, or fly completely under. So these are the three scenarios that we have learned. But essentially in this part of the notes, make sure you know how to plot, make sure you know how to draw your curves smoothly, make sure you know how to read the solutions. Okay, that's 1.3 for you. Done and dusted. Then we go into your favorite algebraic fractions. Okay, your favorite, I know. All your teachers from last time tell me that's your favorite.
Honestly, I think the teachers might be, but they're a bit twisted.
Favorite, but they say it with a tone.
Their
Really, their favorite topic. Yeah, something like that. Very close. Okay?
Yes, taught me
So
well.
done. Okay, slowly you should start making your own summary, because you need to have that habit. Then you can consolidate your learning. So every time we finish one subtopic, you should go back and think about what we have learned for this lesson and write it into a note. Okay, then at least when you revise, you know what you have studied.
For that?
Can ah?
Yeah.
Anybody still copying?
What did
Can?
I get? What did you get? 9?
Yao Ting, you copying? Oh, done already. Okay, let me.
Very good. I mean, that's a good idea.
Okay, fractional equation. Okay, this one. Okay, what do you know about fractional equation? I know what you're gonna say.
I hate. I love.
Ah, he like.
I want to know
You want to know what?
who create and
I say what you know, not you want to know. Or you want to know. Okay, this one you write yourself. Okay, what do I know about fractional equations?
There's a line in between the two algebraic expressions.
There is a line between two, also is a
That's why it's
fraction.
called fractions.
Okay, there's fractions.
Yes.
Okay,
Wow.
Ishan just said there's a line between
It's a
two
fraction.
algebraic expressions.
wow.
So it involves fractions. What else?
There's X, Y, and Z.
There's variables. Okay,
Yeah,
there's
there's
unknowns
variables.
to be solved.
Variables.
Oh, I can interpret y'all very well. Unknowns to be
I
solved.
want to draw a star.
What else? What do you know about fractional equation? Okay,
It's very hard
The
and
what?
if you want to kill yourself.
the expansion. Okay, so it involves like your algebraic expansion. You know the rainbow method
No.
that you need to do like this, or the foil method some of you learn?
老天华有几山几山全都有，
Anything else that you know?
一千比数。
That's all.
Okay, what do you want to know?
How to solve it?
X. You want to know X? Oh, he want to know what is the value of X. Just want to solve, not interested in other things.
Just give out an X, man. Not worth it.
Okay, let's not dwell on this too long because I see a lot of blank faces. Okay, when you are given this, what do you do in the first instance? You all remember?
Denominator.
Make-
same.
Make the denominator the same. This is one method. Okay, let's do that together. So 2x plus 1, 3x plus 4, and then we have 3x minus 2. So you want to make the denominator the same on both sides. So this side I will introduce the opposite one. Okay? So I make the denominator the same. Justin, why you stomach ache? And why you
Are
like
you gonna fake it again?
Kieran, in life, there's certain things we hold back. Make denominator the same. Okay, wait, I cannot multitask. You will realize. Okay, so once we have the denominator to be the same, since they are equal, right? Denominator is already equal. It means that the numerator must be equal as well. Correct or not correct?
Actually, no.
I have two fractions that are equal. I already foresee it. to be equal. These two is the same, exactly the same, right? Twins. Okay, then it tells me that in order for the two fractions to be equal, then these two must be equal also lah. Because if they are not, how to be equal, right? So in the next step, you can drop the denominator already. Straight away, you just write the numerator. So again, these two are your fractions. In order to compare them, you need to make their denominator the same first. So that's why I multiply by 3x plus 4, 3x minus 2. So now their denominator is the same. Can see? Okay. But because they are equal, you know, when they are equal means inside out everything they must be equal. So denominator is equal means the numerator must be equal also. No matter what shape or sizes they look like. They must be equal. So since I already sort this out, I don't even need to write it anymore. I just make sure that my numerator is equal now. Because denominator is the same. So actually, right, this is the legendary cross product rule. You all remember your teacher tell you to crisscross or cross multiply?
Yes.
This word is not familiar. This one, they say this one go up, this one go up. You know there's like one button that looks like this, right? In some of your games, like Roblox.
Roblox have like.
I've seen this before where you try to build something. On my son's, no, on my iPad when my son use it. Although I don't know what it does.
She's raising iPad kid.
Yeah, so sad, right? That day the MOE pushes out a law, right? They say strongly recommended screen time is 1 hour. So when we tell our kids, right, I say if you use more than 1 hour, daddy and mommy needs to go to jail.
And you're lying.
Then they say, really? I said,
Stop lying to
really?
them. Stop lying to them.
I
That's
said,
so
no,
bad.
that's what they say. Then we show them a screenshot of it, like
What
1 hour of screen
what
time.
if your child grows up to be the next
So far it
big
works
gamer?
for 2 days. Okay, it works for 2 days. So you want us to go to jail, is it?
No.
Then they say, okay, then they stop.
You're lying to your
Stop lying to your children.
This,
That's so
no,
bad.
I'm not lying. I'm telling them part of the truth.
Yeah, is it
That
true?
1 hour of screen time, is it correct?
What in the world
Recommended.
is this?
That is very correct.
That's just deceiving. That's
Part,
cunning.
this is called part of the truth.
That's actually cunning.
Part of the
That's
truth.
so sad.
Okay, never mind. I should have told you. Okay, but anyway, cross,
Bring your children to
multiply.
school.
So actually, can you see this is just flying this up?
Yeah.
Okay, this one flying this up. So actually, if you want to skip this step, you can skip it all together. Okay, but this step is just showing you how to get there. Okay, so now the rest is all your foundation already. Expand, let's do it. Okay, 2x times minus 2.
4x.
Okay, minus 4x. Then this one.
Plus 3x.
This one.
Minus 2.
Okay, this one.
3x squared. Plus 4x.
Justin. What is this? Okay, good. So finally, you need to simplify it. So this one is just, okay, this one is very important. Every year I have students making mistakes here. Let me ask someone that looks like will make that mistake. Krishvan, prove me wrong. What do you get from minus 4x plus 3x? Oh, you really proved me wrong. I'm so proud of you. Okay, so this one is minus 4x plus 3x. You get minus x. Who in your mind thought is minus 7x? Be honest. Okay, never mind. I quiz you, I will know. I will print your paper big and I put there. Okay? So this is minus 2.
Minus and
This
plus
one?
is minus.
This one?
Plus and
Is
plus
there
is
quiz
plus
to-
minus.
Sorry?
Is there a quiz to do?
I prepared one, but I may not have time to do that.
Thank God.
So sad.
Okay, so shift everything to one side.
Justin will be doing it.
Okay, then I get 3x squared. This one. Okay, let's try one more person. Oh, avoid eye contact. I was looking at everybody like that. Okay, let's see.
Maybe I shouldn't look at the phone.
Ria, what do you get? Minus x minus 4x. Very good. Hey, you're okay, oh? Very okay.
Okay, well, I'm not asking all the bad
Okay,
ones.
later I ask you.
Yes.
Okay, so once you reach at this point, it's up to you already. You want to complete the square, you want to quadratic formula, you want to factorization, up to you. You have all the tools in your bag, you choose what you want to use. But strongly recommended is quadratic formula because it always works.
What's the quadratic formula?
Okay, Lady Gaga.
Oh my, this
Okay, never mind.
X equals negative b plus minus square root b squared minus 4ac all over 2a.
Wonderful. Okay, so this is the greatest thing that Lady Gaga has done for you.
It's the only thing I've ever heard from Lady Gaga.
Oh, is it? Okay, maybe I'm really old.
Yeah.
The most popular song that I've heard. Let's see if we are on the same page. The G-Dragon one. The Home. Huh, y'all never hear that? I'm so sad.
Something small.
Okay, never mind, sorry. Okay, minus B. Y'all never hear the... Not that Home lah. Okay, first thing first. Go and make all the denominator equal to 0 at the side in pencil. So this is one value that x cannot be equals to. Okay, then go and pick the other denominator, put it at the side. Okay, we know that x cannot be minus 4 also. So these are the two values that if your answer show at the bottom has these two values, you need to reject. Okay, will it always happen? Not necessarily. Okay, only if the teacher wants to trap you, trick you, then we will make sure the answer has one of these to reject. So you will lose an answer mark. Okay, so this is the two that you will check at the side. So this one can be in pencil if you want. Okay, next one is cross multiplication. Okay, so 3x minus 1, we will bring this denominator from the bottom up to multiply. So x plus 4. Okay, then this one, we bring it up to multiply what's on the right. So 2x plus 5, and then x minus 3. So this is a shortcut method, and then you just expand everything normally. So this is 3x squared, 12x, minus x, and negative 4. So this one, if you expand wrongly, then I cannot help you already because your answers will spill over. But there's going to be error carry forward. So just be as careful so you can get the full 4 marks from the question. Okay, this one same thing. 2x times x, 2x squared. 2x times negative 3 minus 6x. 5x. And then negative 15. Okay, after today, I will load up the videos and pack everything onto the Google Classroom. So that this break, if you want to rewatch the lessons, you can. Okay, because it's too segmented, I finish this part, then I load it up. If not, it's like, too little to show. Okay, anyway, this is 3x squared. 12 minus 1 is 11. Okay, then minus 4. Okay, this one, 2x squared. Negative 6 plus 5 is negative x. Press using the calculator. Okay. Then we want to bring everything to one side to simplify. So 3x squared, bring this over to subtract. Bring the like terms together. So plus 11x, bring this over, become plus. Okay, then the negative 4, bring this over, become plus. So if you fully simplify it, this is x squared, this is 12x, this is 11. So where are the marks? Number 1 is we look at this. When you cross multiply, you get 1 mark already. Second mark is when you expand correctly, we will check. Third mark is when you arrive at the quadratic. Okay, last one is the solving. So from here onwards, you can just go and use your, what do you call that? Quadratic formula or factorization. So for those who likes factorization, but it may not work all the time. Sometimes it doesn't work, you must use quadratic formula. So one answer is negative 11. The other answer is minus 1. Then you check. Oh, it's neither of these two. So these two are my final answer. So there's one element of checking, your security check. Check if need to reject. If any one of it is minus 2.5 or minus 4, you have to reject it because it will make your equation invalid. Okay, so this is example 2. Yeah, use the denominator and check.
Why is this specifically minus 2.5?
These two lor, because I cannot have my denominator equals to 0. Otherwise, the fraction is invalid. Because we cannot have a fraction like 5 over 0, right? So, a question is why must we set these two to be equals to 0? It's because a fraction cannot exist if the denominator is equals to 0. So, when we set these two to be equals to 0, x must be minus 2.5 and x must be minus 4. So, these two values cannot happen. Otherwise, these two will become 0 and your fraction will become nonsense. Okay? Can Okay, I'll show you the shortcut for example 3 onwards. Okay? So example 3. Okay, when you have this kind, let me teach you the shortcut. The shortcut is using LCM. What is the LCM of all the denominator? X minus 2 and x minus 4. That means I need to envision that everybody gets a x minus 2 and x minus 4. So you will multiply by x minus 2 and x minus 4 to the entire thing. So first set, I want you to multiply the first one to this pair. Then we use this method called the cover-up method. So when this thing multiplies this one, can you see that the x minus 2 cancel out?
Yeah.
What are you left with? 2 multiplied by this. Right? So actually after I multiply in, I'm left with this for the first fraction. Okay? Second fraction now. This one. When I multiply this with this, you cover up the new denominator. What am I left with?
X minus 3 times x minus 2.
So x minus 3 times x minus 2. So you copy that down for the second chunk. So x minus 3, x minus 4. So I'm done with the second fraction. Last one.
It's x minus 2. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Now you all know means you understand already. Very good. Okay, last one. The yellow pair. So I will multiply this with these two. There's nothing to cover up. So the whole chunk connects together. So it's just 2 times x minus 2, x minus 4. Just by this one step, you get rid of all the denominator. And then you get the 1 mark already. So this is the 1 mark. Okay, instead of having to multiply x minus 4, x minus 4, x minus 2, x minus 2, then put over 1 times x minus 2, x minus 4. That will make your whole working very complicated. So by doing this, it's very neat and less accident prone. Yes, can. So this one is the LCM. How do I decide it? It's actually the combination of these two denominators. So when I put it here, my mission is to get rid of all the fraction that I see. Because I don't like to deal with fraction, very complicated. So when I multiply, look at the black arrow. I multiply this chunk with the red one. I will cancel off my x minus 2. So I'm left with 2 times x minus 4. So that's for the first one. Then the second blue arrow, I cancel out my x minus 4. So I'm left with x minus 3 times x minus 2. Then the very last one is the yellow one. So 2 times these two brackets. Okay, so the denominator is gone. Can?
Except for that.
Okay, so now is the simplification. 2 times x, 2x, 2 times 4, negative 8. X times x, x squared. X times minus 2, minus 3 times x. And then lastly, negative 3 times negative 2 is positive 6. Okay? So this one, take note in lower sec, you always make this mistake. If you want to multiply the 2 first, you only multiply into one bracket. You don't multiply into both brackets. It's as good as me writing 2 times 3 times 4. I only multiply the 2 to the 3. I don't multiply to the 4 also. Okay? So, if not, a good way is to leave the 2 out first. Deal with it later. Then I expand this first. Then you won't make that mistake. Okay? So leave out the 2 first, handle it later. Then you will be less prone to making mistakes. Okay, the rest is just simplification work. Let's just check. X squared 2x minus 2x minus 3x. So only left with minus 3x. Okay, last one, minus 8 plus 6. What do you get? Plus 2? Minus 2. So be careful. Okay, then same thing. This one, you can simplify whatever that is in the bracket first to make your life easier. So we have a x squared minus 6x plus 8. Then you expand out. Okay, so the simplification, I cannot help you. You must do very, very carefully. Okay, so which one should I shift? Should I shift the right to the left or the left to the right? You look at the x squared. So the big boss is here. So the x squared here is bigger. Shift everything to the other side. So 2x squared. Bring this over. Subtract. Okay, then minus 12x. Bring this over. Become plus 3x. 16. Bring this over. Become plus 2. Opposite, reverse the sign. So you should end off with this quadratic. Okay, so again, the simplification is 1 mark. Okay, and then the quadratic is 1 mark. Yeah, because you shift everything away, left with nothing there. Okay, so you can always use quadratic formula moving from here, or if you can factorize nicely. But just to clarify, it's not always the case that you can factorize nicely. This is not up to me. Okay, so 2 answers. 1 is 6. 1 is 3. Okay, but we don't stop here, right? We are supposed to check whether the solution needs to be rejected. So we check the 2 denominator. 1 is here. So x cannot be 2. Okay, the other pair, please check. Okay, x cannot be 4. So as long as your answer is not 2 and 4, we will take it. So both are okay. Okay? So make sure you check. Okay, so there will definitely be an algebraic question that you'll be tested for WA. So make sure you know how to do, no escape. Okay? Still copying? Still copying?
What's your opinion? Give me your opinion. Give it to me.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm done.
Justin, you copying or trying other things? Oh, okay. Can Fikri, you copy? Okay. So everything, the LCM is x minus 5, x minus 1. Okay, so I'm going to ask people question. Sailesh, when I multiply by the first fraction, what am I left with? Numerator, which is? And? These two cancel out, right? So what am I left with? X minus 1. So this is what I'm left with for the first one. Second person. Chloe. When I expand to the blue fraction, what am I left with? X minus 5 and the 4. Okay, so write them together. So you are left with minus 4, this one, as well as whatever that is left over there. Okay, last one. Vera, when I multiply with the last bracket, what am I left with? $16? No more already because this whole thing cancel out. So just left 16. Be careful. Kiran, you listening or not? You zone out, you know. I can see like you're so up there. Okay or not? Okay, so remember when you multiply one by one, you cover up the part that cancels out. So it becomes something as simple looking as this. Okay, so now let's simplify. Okay, can So the solving part, I'm going to speed up because technically y'all should be experts at it already. Yes. X times x minus 5. You cross multiply like that. But if you cross multiply like that, you will still have the... No, this one, even if you cross multiply, it's still this one. This one. This one. It's correct, Can, you can switch. Yeah. Okay. So finally, when you solve it by factorization, Latika face the front. If not, I need to change seat, your legendary historical seat. So x minus 4 is 0, or x minus 1 is 0. So x is 4, x is 1. Okay, but don't stop here because you need to check which are the x values that cannot happen. So you go and check. This one cannot happen. I cannot have this equals to 0. So x cannot be 5. Okay, I also cannot have this equals to 0. So x cannot be 1. So is there one that I need to reject? This one I need to reject, because it makes my fraction invalid. So there is only one final answer here. So there will be some cases where you need to check and reject. So for those questions that don't have this issue, you never check, you just get away with it. But if it's a question that you need to reject, then you will lose one final answer mark. So this is where we differentiate the A star student. So if you want to be an A star, check. Okay? So this is the check. So mark 1, simplification 1 mark, the quadratic 1 mark, and final answer. So altogether 4 marks.
is wrong.
Yes.
Brandon doesn't know.
Why? You just
Doesn't know
multiply.
why x equal 1 is rejected.
Because you cannot have these two equals to 0. Okay, see when x is 5, 5 minus 5 is 0, right? Then this fraction is nonsense already. You can't have a fraction over 0. Because if you press calculator, any number divided by 0 is math error. So my denominator cannot be 0. So when x is 5, denominator becomes 0. Same thing here, when x is 1, the denominator becomes 0. So I cannot have x equals to 1. Because the moment x is 1, this is 4 divided by 0 and this one becomes math error. So I need to reject this one. You need to check and reject.
It's like you plug it in.
Yeah, so you put this one inside. If let's say this one becomes 0 means, oh, I need to reject this answer. So this one you put in, no problem. Then you don't need to reject. That one is the answer. Can, so one more layer of check. Okay? Can? One last question, right? Yeah, two last one. Okay, this one. Wow, you see one period only 2 pathetic questions. Oh my god.
Can we do class decoration?
Yay, 1 period done.
Using my math, do class deco.
Yeah.
What nonsense? Okay, let me ask the next one. Sam, what is the LCM? Sam, screen down. Why are you using your PLD? What is the LCM for this tree? What should I multiply everything with? Yes, these two x minus 2 and x plus 3.
X equals negative.
Okay, so Isabel, what do I get after multiplying this with the first fraction? X. Oh, you straight away give me the expansion. Okay, slowly. So if this one multiplies with this, what do I get? You expanded already. You give me the before expansion. Yeah, very good. Okay, thanks. Next person. This one. When my LCM multiplies with my blue fraction, Jamil. This will fix your headache. Laughing helps also. Suddenly she's so entertained by it. Why? What's wrong with the headache? Misdiagnosis. What should you get when you multiply by the blue one? In which way are the letters funny? Okay, shh. Give him a chance. He's thinking. He has a headache, remember? Cover up the x plus 3. What am I left with? You sure you want me in this posture forever? What? Minus 1 times what? X minus 2. Okay, good. Thank God. Your headache is manageable. Okay, last one. Jazreel. What do I get? Oh, very good. So this whole thing cancel out. Left 5, Okay, next is the expansion. I need Janisa. When I expand, what do I get? Okay. Okay.
X equal 1.
Plus 2. Okay, very good. So, if I simplify... Why, what's the joke? Okay, wait. This is the moment that take the denominator equals to 0. So, x cannot be minus, cannot be 2. See, I cannot hear myself. Okay, so cannot be equals to... So is there anything that I need to reject? Yes, this one reject. Okay, because it will make your fraction undefined. Okay, so if the Sec 2s, right? If the Sec 2s, they do this kind of question, you can show that you're one level up because you check solution. Sec 2s never learn. Okay, so you learn that you need to check the solution. So Sec 2s, you can go and tell them you got check your solution or not.
Yes.
To just show that you are Sec 3. Okay? Okay, then we are finally at the last question. Finally.
This one, I remember you love us. You remember you would have family.
Yeah.
You have to visit.
Yeah, I always, if I love them or love whoever, I'll give them my best.
Your best is how happy.
My best.
A best man for what?
Imagine they come along.
Like you see, I always prepare, no. I always prepare, no.
How many worksheets? Oh, there's like 4 worksheets.
How to celebrate Chinese New Year?
In case y'all got watch like last time Wheel of Fortune. Y'all got see the lady walking up like that. So later I let you choose. Or maybe I choose. Okay, but of course, like Chinese New Year, I must give you all some present, right? It's like for the whatness, for the prosperity. Last one. Oh no.
If I give you an orange, will you like it?
No?
I give you a first.
No? Okay. Shh. Last one.
Can I get no homework if I give you this?
Trishvan is trying to bribe me with a coke. So I declare, I reject the your birthday present. Oh, let's sing him a birthday song. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Trishvan. Happy birthday to you. Still got Malay version, right? Oh, Chinese version. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐。
Malay lah.
God, Malay, you know?
Indian.
Yeah, Tamil. Sailesh, do you have a Tamil version?
Silence, sing the Tamil version, please.
Suresh, come on.
You'll make his day. Okay, never mind. Let's learn for the next person, okay? But I thought yesterday I saw on WhatsApp got somebody's birthday also. Oh, Zoe not here. Why y'all just now never say?
I told Mr. Chua.
Okay, we. Oh, y'all sing, I record, I send in the WhatsApp group. Okay. Zoe, sing for Zoe. Okay, ready? Hey, I want to don't waste my lesson, right? Okay, ready? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Zoe. Happy birthday to you. Okay, at least the message.
Sure, since it's Christian birthday, no need homework.
Who?
No homework.
Just for you, I give you 2. Special. Okay, just for you. Okay, this one. What's the LCM? Who's behind? Rebecca. What is the LCM? Okay, very good. Haya. When I multiply with the first one, what do I get? X plus 1. Yes, both are remaining there because there's no denominator to cancel out. Yoon, when I expand this, what am I left with?
After you step on it, you can
3x minus 1.
except for the last.
Then? Yes, very good. Kiran, last one. When I multiply this, what am I left with? 5? The denominator cancel out, right? So what am I left with? X plus 1. So remember, cover it up and see what you are left
I
with.
cannot see.
Cannot see.
I think I'm blind.
Okay, then now we expand. The 2, remember, don't expand first. Leave it out. Which one? Because the x minus 2 cancel out. So I'm only left with these 2. Yeah, so when you expand, these 2 cancels out. Okay, so I expand this x squared minus 2x plus x minus 2. Okay, this one same. Can. I zoom out. Okay, 3x squared minus 6x minus x plus 2.
Oh my god.
Then this one, 5x plus 5. So simplify everything. 2x squared. This one is actually a minus x. So when I multiply by 2, okay, 3x squared, negative 7x. These are common places where you will make mistakes. So please avoid that.
Why is this square?
Oh my goodness.
That's why it's 4 marks.
For math goes every day.
How are you supposed to know this?
Cannot, you must trick your brain that you love math. It's a trick.
Every time I see numbers, my serotonin just decreases.
It's like some days your husband annoys you. Just have to trick your brain. It's your choice. Okay? So,
No comment.
stick through it.
No comment.
Okay, minus 5x minus
No,
5.
it's so bright.
Which part bright? Ah, yeah,
my future.
like our future.
Diva.
Okay.
Man. It's overused. Overused.
Okay, this one. What is minus 9x minus 5x, Justin? What is minus 9x minus 5x? Oh, very good.
You should have listened.
Okay, next person. Okay, Fikri, what is minus 2 minus 5? Okay, very good. Hey, you all don't have this problem, oh, very good. Okay, now let's invite our next Lady Gaga. Ria, can you tell me what is the quadratic formula?
Minus 4ac.
So far, square root. Oh, okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, then we plug in. Remember, when there's negative b, you have to bracket.
We just talked about this like a few minutes ago.
I heard that. Okay? So you can use quadratic formula. Then you end off with whatever is in the square root. Can someone be kind enough to calculate this and tell me what's the value inside?
Oh, 8.
So specific.
Okay, wow.
No.
I don't type.
What's the value inside?
I don't know because
What's the value inside? I cannot see. It's okay, just tell me.
oh, I have it.
Calculator.
No, 8 is fine.
You don't even bother to help me press. What is this?
Karen is confusing me.
Yes, Yun.
I don't even have enough time to type. Write
Three?
it down.
36. Oh, it's just 36. Or 336. Okay, so what's the final 2 answer?
You also didn't do it. We have a calculator right now.
You also have a computer.
What's for
What's the 2 answer?
It's
Wrong, but they came on top of
3.23.
3.23. The other one?
Minus 0.43.
0.3 SF.
Yeah, 43. 43. 433.
Okay, then you check, confirm these two can go through. Because it's not a whole number.
Minus 0.
Minus 0.4.
Get rid of all the fractions. So this is out of 1. So if I multiply by 4x, I get 8x squared. Okay? Then the second one, I can cancel out the 4. So it's just minus 2 plus 3x multiplied by x. Okay, the very last column is this one. So the x and the x can cancel out. So it just equals to 8. So it's just like an expansion game, but you just need to decide on what is the LCM to multiply. Usually it's the combination of the denominator. Okay? So if you simplify everything, okay, if you want, you can rearrange so that it's easier for you to multiply. So this is minus 2x minus 3x squared. Okay, bring the 8 over. So you get 5x squared because this one simplifies. And then you get this. So the moment you get a quadratic, you can just plug into quadratic formula directly. So A is 5, B is negative 2, and C is negative 8. So x is equals to minus b plus or minus b squared minus 4ac over 2a. So the rest is just calculator's work. Okay, you can straight away key into calculator, but I think this is 4 and 164. Okay, so what are the two answers that you get?
1.48 or minus 1.08.
1.08. Okay, or 2dp. If the question never says so, then it's 3sf. Okay, what about 4 or 6? Is it okay? Then no need, yes. 6 can. Yes.
X squared minus x squared, does it cancel out?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
It's like you have 1x squared, you remove that 1x squared.
Yeah, but then 6 becomes 4x minus 1. Then I can't do that.
6 becomes...
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong.
Where? Which question? Okay, so what is the LCM here?
X plus 2 times x plus 2.
Yeah, correct. Real, what's the LCM here? Yeah. Okay, so you make sure you check all the denominator and your mission is to get rid of it. So you multiply the first fraction with the first LCM. So you will see that this x plus 2 cancels out. Okay, when it cancels out, I'll just close it. Okay, I got the OM to come and fix the catch on Thursday. So the front one they will fix. The back one is spoiled also. Okay. Okay, anyway, look, cross out the x plus 2. So we are left with 2 times x plus 3. Okay, second one, you multiply in. Okay, the x plus 3 cancels out. You are left with minus x here. So remember the sign you must follow. You must carry it down and copy down. And then you are left with the x plus 2 bracket. Okay, last one. This 1 times this whole thing. There's nothing to cancel out. So you get these 2 brackets. So the moment you can write this is 1 mark already. So you multiply by LCM, you simplify, you get 1 mark. Okay, the next one is your skills of expansion, your foundation in lower sec. So you multiply. Okay, this one you also multiply. Okay, then this one is just your rainbow method or your distributive law. So x times x, x squared, x times 3x, x times 3, 3x, 2 times x, 2x, and then finally plus 6. Okay, so you simplify everything that you can. Okay, the 2x and 2x cancels out. Okay, so shift everything to this side. You have 2x squared plus 5x plus 6.
So it's actually x squared, but oh wait, oh no.
Correct or not?
No, because of the plus x squared. No, because it's minus x squared and 1 plus x squared.
Do you prefer that I shift everything to the left hand side? Is it easier?
Yeah.
Okay, then I shift everything to the left hand side. Okay, so this one bring over minus x squared, bring over minus 5x, bring over minus 6. So you realize that the 6 cancels out. Okay, but minus x squared, you minus another x squared becomes? No. You owe people an x squared, you owe another x squared. So you owe 2 in total. Okay, it doesn't disappear. Okay, so now when we reach this point, you can either choose to use quadratic formula or you can factorize and solve. So if you want to use quadratic formula, A is minus 2, B is minus 5, but there's no C here, right? So C is actually 0. Then you can plug into the quadratic formula. So X is minus B plus minus B square minus 4AC over 2A. Okay, so I think you get a minus 2.5 or a minus 50, is it? That's the 2 solution. Okay, so for those of you who prefers factorization, at this step, you can also take out minus 2x as a common factor. So you are left with x and maybe plus 2.5. Okay, so when you solve, 2x is equals to 0, x plus 2.5 is equals to 0. So you also have the same 2 solutions. So this is by factorization. Okay, and then this is by quadratic formula. Okay, but both are equally good. Okay, so just make sure you know how to do. Yes,
Can we just like take out minus x first?
can. Okay, so right till now, up to now, you have learned this already. So 1.1, we learn completing the square. Okay, 1.2, quadratic formula. Okay, so you must know how to solve by these two because there will be one question each definitely. 1.3, it is your quadratic graph. So on Friday, I will get all of you to plot one full quadratic graph to make sure that you can get the quadratic graph marks. Okay, and then 1.4 is this algebraic fraction. And then 1.5 is a problem sum kind of question. Okay, so with that, then we reach the last part, which is sketching of quadratic graph. So this will also be tested. Okay, so these are the 4 parts. I need to ensure that you die know how to get all the marks you can. Then passing is not a problem. Then you want to score is all the others already. Okay, so I will be giving you a little test next week. Okay, on all these individual segments. That means one question each. Make sure everybody knows it. If not, you stay behind for remedial. Okay, so that is the next week's plan. So if let's say you don't pass the test, you stay behind and do until you know how to do. Okay, so at least when you go for your WA1, you'll be fine. Okay, we aim for pass or better, so you must pass it. So next week cannot do means you stay back for remedial. Okay, so I'm just gonna only like in Latika's word, only one example, right? So let's look at this. Okay, then they say, can you find AD? So how should we approach this? Make a guess. Can I first find BD? How to find BD? Can someone tell me how to find BD? 88 divided by X. Because it's area divided by length. So this is 88. This is X. So to find the breadth, it is just 88 divided by X. Okay, so after I know this, how to find AD, the diagonal? Make use of whatever knowledge you have.
Pythagoras theorem.
Pythagoras theorem. So AD square is AB square plus BD square. So I will just use X square plus 88 over X square. Okay, they say just leave your expression in terms of X. They never say must simplify. So you can leave your answer like that lah. Okay, it's just an expression. Okay, part 2. They say, can you find the perimeter? So how to find? You add this to this to this to this. So just add them up. X plus 88 over X plus X plus 88 over X. So you have 2X plus 176X. So this is your perimeter. So just follow through the instruction, 1 mark each. Okay, take the marks.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You all remember when we have a right angle triangle, let's say of dimension 3, 4, 5. Pythagoras theorem, in fact that person is called Pythagoras. So that mathematicians realized that the longer side of the triangle, if you find its area, that means if you square it, this is 25. Okay? They realize that maybe there's a pattern. If I square this and I also square this, they realize they add up and form a relationship. They realize that these two actually adds up to this. So Pythagoras theorem states that the hypotenuse square, this one, is always equals to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. No need, no need. This is just the theory behind it. Okay, Pythagoras theorem. You all learn it in Sec 2. Okay? Part B. Now they tell you one additional thing. They say the perimeter that you have found is actually equals to 38. So you follow their instruction. The perimeter I found is actually equals to 38. They say you show that this one is equivalent to this. So you watch. Do you realize that there is no denominator in the expression? So what should we do here? We must get rid of that denominator, right? So we multiply by x throughout. So this one times x, 2x squared. This one times x. This one cancels out. Okay? And then the last one times x. I almost draw on the screen. 38 times x, so 38x. So shift everything to one side. We are very close to what they want already. Very close, but not exactly the same yet. We want it to become this. So where is the missing link? So as long as you divide by 2, then you have shown that it reduces to this. So part B is done. So touch wood, during exam, you cannot show. The only mark you give up is part B. You still can use this to continue to do part C. So remember, exam strategy. If let's say part B, don't know what happened, exam stress or what, you can't get this. Still use this equation for the parts below. Don't give up everything else after that. Sam, no need PLD. Okay, part C. They say now solve. So this one, how to solve? You can factorize, you can, what else? Quadratic formula, completing the square. So I think if it ends off nicely, it's like that. Okay, if you factorize, it seems to be there is a whole number. So you have two possible answers. Okay, so these are the two answers that you should have done. Yes. So that I get rid of the fraction, the denominator below, this one. Yeah, because this expression that they ask us to show don't have denominator. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually an extension of the question in front, just that you need to form your own quadratic. They don't give it to you.
Why would you become this
Yeah,
Why do you become a math?
because I love doing math. I always enjoy being. Why?
It's one of the few people I met that actually said that.
Why y'all don't like math? How can y'all not like math?
I hate math.
Why?
I cannot have math anymore.
Why?
Every time I see numbers, I become depressed.
No, you don't.
Don't.
You know last time, right? Fresh, one last example on the problem. Give me some time. You see which one? He keep distracting me. What I do? Okay. Okay. He's crying. Stop it. Okay, here. He took 1 hour and 30 minutes more on the return journey than the outward journey. So that means this one minus this one gives you 1.5 hours. So this minus this will give you 1.5 hours. So they say show that the equation reduced to that. What should I multiply, everybody?
X minus
The LCM.
5 times X
Very clever.
times X.
Okay, so we multiply left 45x. We multiply, cancel the x, left 45x minus 5. The last one, just this whole thing. Okay, so finally, what is 45 times 5? Faster, faster. 125? 90. 90, 90. 225.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew that.
I may be wrong. Okay, but never mind. Okay, we write first. This one minus 7.5x. Okay, so bring everything to one side. This one is gone. Gone with the wind. Okay, how do we show that it reduces to what we want? Let's check. Divide by what?
5.
No, what? Not 5. Divide by what?
1.5.
1.5. Clever.
You say anyhow.
Brennan. Okay, there we write shown. Okay, so this is C part 1. C part 2, confirm, ask you to solve. Okay, this one, endure people, we are almost there. Breathe in and out.
Ishan already keep all his stuff ready. His bag is already packed.
I am listening attentively.
Okay, so you see I factorized very quickly already, almost there.
Don't shit beta. Stop speaking in the obvious.
Okay, I'll slow down next lesson. Okay, so anyway, this part, they say the difference is 1.5 hours. So that's why I asked you to minus, right? If you simplify, you get this. This one is just solving. Okay. Last one. They say what's the total time for traveling?
2 minutes.
So total time is this and this. Okay.
This only 1 day.
This is from A to B. This is back from B to A. Which X is a sensible answer to sub in? Yes. Why?
It's a positive number.
Why do we sub in 15 but not negative 10?
Because it's a bigger number.
Because X is speed. Speed is a scalar quantity. It doesn't have negative sign.
Yeah.
So plug in the 15.
Are we getting
See, bro.
So it's 7.5 hours. Well done. Okay, then I tell you what. Your holiday is PMP just now, the 456. This one also got PMP, right?
I think I lost the page.
Okay, if you can, also do the PMP. If not, it's just 456. Sum, which is, let me give you another one. Based on the PMP, let's do one more before we do sketching. How about 4? 4 looks like the typical kind. Okay, anyway, what kind of problem sums can they give you? They can give you a triangle, use Pythagoras theorem. They can give you a rectangle, whatever shape that they can come up with, then ask you to find area or perimeter. Okay? And then you will get to your own quadratic and solve from there. Another context that is popular is distance, speed, time. So they like to ask you that. Or any kind of rate questions like you see magazine rate. Okay, or just read the question carefully. You should be able to get some marks from there. Okay, question 4. Yes. Yes. Write your name and hand in your work. I need to see your fractions, how far you are. Okay, so actually even if you never do your work, just now I went through 2, you copy diligently is considered homework done, right? So if you didn't copy, then what will happen? It means you never do your work, don't even bother. So you can hand in the corrections part, that I'm fine with that as well. Okay, you really need to take the initiative to do it. So remember, math has no feelings. They don't bear hard feelings against you, but if you hate it, then you won't do well in it. So you have to find your ways to like it a bit better.
Ethan is doing.
Who?
Ethan.
Okay, can pass to me before the end. Okay, and really please, if you hand in your work to me in segments, when I mark the work it's very difficult because when I mark, I memorize the answers. So when I mark by questions, it's easier for me to mark 26 copies. But if you give me 5 today, Then 1 week later, you give me 1. I need to remember the answers and mark again. So it's going to be very tiring for me. So it's best if you can hand in one shot. It will make my work a lot easier. So please cooperate. Okay, let's do one more. Then we close this part. Okay, so we read the question. It says David bought some magazines which cost him 850 altogether. So the total amount spent is 850. Then they say if the price of one magazine is X dollars. So one magazine. Okay, they say can you write down an expression for the number of magazines that he can buy? So actually the first one, number of magazines bought, it will be $850 that I have divided by X dollars. So that will tell me how many copies of magazine I can buy. Okay, so that's part A. So the answer is just this expression. Okay, part B. They say, can you now write down an expression for the number of magazines that he can buy if the price of each magazine is decreased by $5. So meaning, discount, they give you a discount. Now the price of my magazine dropped by $5. So with that, the same $850, now I can actually buy a bit more. It will be 850 divided by X minus 5. So I know this is a bigger number. This is the smaller one. Okay, you should be able to buy more number of magazines because now it costs cheaper to buy one. Okay, then usually the style is always like that. This kind of problem, some question. Part A, they ask you to form an expression. Part B, form an expression. Part C, using these two expressions, connect them into an equation. So they will tell you something to make it into an equation, and that equation will help you form your quadratic equation. So this is the point. This is usually 1 mark. 1 mark. And then this forming of equation part, they will give you 2 or 3 marks. So this part, 2 or 3 marks. So this one sometimes is a miss. Some of you cannot show it during the exam, which is fine, because they will give you the equation to continue solving. So this part is the part where you see whether you can get more marks out of the exam or not. Okay, let's see the question. Give me a while. Let me sneak over the question. Okay, so part C, they tell me when the price of each magazine is decreased by $5, you can actually get an additional 45 more magazines. So meaning this number is bigger than the other number by 45 copies. So they are indirectly telling you the difference between these two numbers. The difference between these two numbers is 45 copies. So actually is this number, subtract the other one, and it gives you 45. So usually you will see that part C is always asking you to add, subtract, minus, whatever, between these two expressions and equate to something. So you just have to read the question very carefully and see what the question wants. So the moment you write this down, that's 1 mark. Okay, the moment that you write this down, that's 1 mark. Second mark is to arrive at the equation they want you to get. So they say form an equation, 1 mark. Show that it will reduce to this. So if anything goes wrong, you can't show this, you still use this equation for part D and part E. Don't give up the rest of the question. Okay? So how to show? This is your algebraic fraction. So what is the LCM here? So it's just these two, x and x minus 5. So you multiply them 1 by 1 very patiently. So this times this, you cover up the x minus 5, then you are left with 850x. Okay, then the second one, you cover up the x. Okay, then you're left with 850 times the x minus 5. Then the very last one, very simple, you just multiply this over. And that is what you have. Okay, sometimes if they want to be very lenient, they will give 1 mark for this. Okay, so meaning the moment you show the equation 1 mark, the moment you simplify, they give you 1 mark. And then you reduce to that, they give you 1 mark. So this part can be a 2 or 3 marks thing. Okay, so we simplify. What is 850 times 5? Where's calculator? 400? 4,250. Okay. What is 45 times 5? 225. Okay. So once you did this, and then you realize this one cancels out beautifully, shift everything to one side. This one bring over, oh there's an X. Okay. Then you bring over the 4250. So there seems to be a gap here because it's not exactly what I want. So what do you think I need to do to get there? So usually you go and look at this. Then you realize that, oh, I divide by 5 by all the number individually. So everything divide by 5. Then you realize that you will get the equation that they want, and you just write shown. That's your third mark. Okay? So this is 1 mark. This one sometimes they give, sometimes they don't. And then the final showing part is 1 mark. Okay? So standard. So you see one problem, some question can easily go up to 7 or 8 marks. So in your exam out of 30 marks, close to a third is here. So make sure you do it diligently. Then you can definitely do well. Okay? Then part D, they say, can you solve this? They just ask you to solve. You can use your completing the square, the factorization method, or quadratic formula. So I will always recommend quadratic formula because it will solve any equation. Okay? So you just pick your A, pick your B, pick your C. Okay, and then plug into the formula. So it's important that you know how to remember the formula because the formula is not given. Yes? You must show me the substitution. But if you don't want to write this and you give me the answer from the calculator, it's perfectly fine. So this one is optional. Okay, but this one is compulsory. Yes. Good to show because the question asks you to show. So you just tell them that this is the complete part of my proof. Okay, so this part is optional, but I just make it a habit to always show it. Okay, but you can leave this out. Okay, this is optional. Okay, but this one must show. You want to get your mark, you must show this one. If not, they can't check your method. Okay, then what's the two answer? -12.53 minus 7.2 dp. Okay. So 2 dp answer. Okay, but actually at the back of your mind, yes. Toilet. Refill can. Okay, at the back of your mind, you know one of the answer is nonsensical. How can my magazine cost negative $7? But because this question, there's no story attached to it. Part D, you see, they just ask you to solve only. They never ask you to relate back to the cost of the magazine. So you just leave the answer as it is. So both answers must be there, don't reject it. Okay, keep both answers. Only part E, they need you to relate to the story. They say, hence, using your answer from part D, we need to find the number of magazines that can be bought at the decreased price. So if you look at your two expressions, part A and part B, this is original price. This is the decreased price. So they want you to find the decreased one. So we go back to the equation we had. Yes. So this is the unknown. You need to choose the one to sub in. So you do not choose this because this is the one that is not logical in this story. So you have to put in your 12.5, maybe more decimal place. When we use the answer from here, we don't use the answer that is rounded off. We use the more accurate one. So what should it be? More decimal place? 5, 3, 4, 7. Okay, for example. Okay, use more than the 2 that you have, at least 5. Okay, you can have 6, 7, but more than that. Then your final answer. 112.8. Okay, but because it's whole number, right? So it's just 112 copies. Yes.
So why is it not 113? Because it's 0.8.
Because I can only buy up to 112.8, not even completed of the 8. Yeah, so it's just 112 copies. Okay, so this case we don't round up because we can only purchase 112. We can't round up to 113. Yeah. Okay, so when it's real world problems, you all just need to think of the number and see whether it makes sense or not. Can? Okay, so this is it. I'm just showing you how the question can look like. Where is my master copy? Okay, then we just do the last part on sketching. Some of you will like sketching, some of you will hate sketching. Okay, but sketching is the one that you don't need to draw with precision. Okay, so flip to 1.6 now. Okay, this PMP, I leave it optional for you to try. Okay, but I'm giving you an assignment to do. So assignment more important than the PMP here. So if you want, you can just try it. No need to do all of it. Okay, so let's look at sample. Which one even like the water flowing rate, okay, or even currency. So any kind of rate question, they can put it as a question and make you create the equation on your own. Okay, by question. At 1.6 last part. Okay, there are 4 different types of graph you will see. Okay, but these two, this is 4 marks. So 4 marks out of your 30. So here is factorized form. So they can give your equation in factorized form, meaning you see 2 brackets. Okay, factorized form. Or they can give you equation that is in the completing the square form. So you will see that the equation is always something bracket square and then followed by a plus constant number. Okay, that's the difference. And then for factorized form, it's 1 bracket followed by the other. So any graph that they ask you to sketch, it will either look like this or the other form. Okay? Then next thing that differentiates them is this sign that you see in front. Here there's no sign, so it's positive. Here there is a negative. Okay? No sign in front means it's positive and negative. So long time ago, you learned that if the coefficient of x squared is positive, what kind of curve do you see? You are happy, right? When you are happy, you smile. So the graph will look like a smiley face, a minimum curve. So indirectly, the question is trying to tell you that this and this is a smiley curve. So the moment you see there is a positive sign in front, you know it's a smiley curve. So the moment you sketch the shape correctly, smile, you get 1 mark. Okay, so this is important. No time during exam. You quickly go and look at the form, smile or frown. You just sketch it out, you get 1 mark. Okay, so the shape gets you 1 mark. So make sure you get that. You copying? Okay, good. Why you don't use paper? Okay, so make sure you can determine the shape. Next one. When the okay, again. So example, I give you a equation. X plus 3, x minus 5. What's the sign in front of the bracket? Where? If you expand everything out, right? If you expand everything out, what is the coefficient? What is the number in front of x squared? Plus, right? It's positive. So when it's positive, you will always have a smiling graph. So can you see that this is plus? This is plus. So the moment I see that the sign in front is a plus, it's a smiling curve. When it's minus, then we know that we are unhappy. Then we frown. Then it will be a maximum curve. So you look at these two got negative sign, right? Then they are a frowning curve. So just by observation, the first thing you look at is the sign in front. Positive or negative. Then that will tell you your shape. Yes. They will give you the question, definitely. This one is just a general form. Okay? Okay, like in the next page, you will start seeing the equation. Can Okay, where's my table? We look at this one. First question. One look at the equation they give you. This is factorized form or completed square form? What form is this? Factorized form. So factorized form, and then the first thing you look at is the sign in front. Since this is a plus, you know it is going to be smiling. So your shape of the graph will look like that. So if you don't believe, you go and calculate all the values and plot it out, it will be a smiley curve. So this one I leave you to practice the plotting, but the sketching is the main thing I want to go through. So here, that one it's a different question, Do you all want to plot?
Yes.
Okay, plot. Let's plot together. Minus 4 minus 2.
Never trust the person and graph paper.
Okay, you need to get all the values out first. Then it's easier for you to plot.
What page is that?
What page? 2. From 1.6.
Never trust the person and graph paper.
My value wrong.
You know why?
Because it's graphic.
No, because they're always plotting something.
Correct.
Okay, I got it.
You have? Give me all the value. Minus 6. 0 is the minus 6.
This one,
Yeah.
never trust the person and graph paper.
Why?
Because they're always plotting something.
So funny.
Okay.
那个哈哈 in the chat.
Why you all like that?
He always like that one.
At least he got a math joke.
Dad jokes.
Oh, is it dad jokes? Why dad?
Very bad joke.
Oh, so dad always tells bad jokes.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. Which one is negative 4? Eh? 1, negative 1. Oh, wrong. I add them up. Okay, then 2 and 3?
0 and 6.
0 and 6. Okay, let's plot minus 4 and 6 out of range. Okay, but it's here. Okay, 0 minus 3. No, minus 3, 0. Minus 2, minus 4. Minus 1, minus 6. 0, minus 6. 1, minus 4. 2, 0. 3. Yeah, not enough, right? 5, 6. So you draw beyond, can?
No, you never print the grid.
For your?
The grid properly, yeah.
The very small square. Don't
Never mind. You don't need the in between.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, then join them together. So you know that, or rather we have validated that is indeed a minimum curve. Okay, so in fact, you have also learned something else, that these 2 points are called the what? X what?
Equals to 0.
X intercept.
Show me out.
Okay, remember when you were learning graph in Sec 2, they told you that when the curve cuts the x-axis, it's called the x-intercepts. So the x-intercept in this case, it's negative 3 and 2. So there's 2 of them. So sometimes we can have 2 x-intercepts, sometimes we can have 1, sometimes we can have none. Because it depends on your curve. Sometimes your curve meet at 2 points. Sometimes your curve is just touching it. Sometimes your curve is above it. So this one has no x-intercept, 1 x-intercept, and 2 x-intercepts. So there are 3 possibilities. It's not always the case that you have an x-intercept here. It depends on whether your curve cuts the x-axis or not. Okay, so this case it cuts 2 points. 1 point, nothing at all. Okay, then what about y-intercept? Where is your y-intercept? Can you see it's here?
Yeah, minus 6.
It cuts your y-axis at minus 6. So this is your y-intercept. Cuts where it cuts y-axis. This is where it cuts x-axis. So all these are your Sec 2's work. Okay, the last thing, very last thing, is the turning point, where the graph starts to turn, change direction. So our graph go like that, down, 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 down. Then it meets the lowest point here, and it starts to change direction. So that turning point is the lowest point on your graph. Maybe somewhere. Okay, let me see. This one is.
Isn't it just minus 6?
No, it may not be. Divide by 2. Actually, it's somewhere here. Okay? It's somewhere here. So there is a turning point over there which you can read the coordinate or you can calculate it. So this one I will teach you how to calculate the lowest point of your graph. So you just need to know, if you plot it out, where are your x-intercepts, where are your y-intercepts, where's your turning point. So there's a few points that is critical. If you are not plotting and you are sketching, you need to find where are your x-intercepts, where are your y-intercepts, and where is your turning point. Then you can start plotting already. Okay, so we will look at an example here. First thing, this is a factorized form. Can you tell me if it's a smiley curve or a frowning curve? Smiling, right? Because you look at the sign in front is plus. So it's a smiling curve. So you determine the shape. It's a minimum curve. Smiling, you don't write smiling, because this has a minimum point. It's called a minimum curve. This is part of the working, but even if you don't show, you just straight away sketch for me, you will also get the marks. Okay, second thing is I need to find the x-intercept. So for x-intercept, where does it occur? It occurs when your y is 0. This line is when y is 0. So when I ask you to find x-intercept, you sub y as 0. So your equation, this is your equation, you need to sub y as 0. So when you sub y as 0, you can solve it immediately. What are your two x-intercept?
-2 or 1.
So this is the 1.1 that you learned. You solve it directly. So my 2x-intercept is at -2 or 1. That means my graph will cut through at -2 and 1. So my graph is going to pass through these 2 points. Okay, next one is y-intercept. So y-intercept, just now I told you it lies on this line. This one. So this line happens when x is equals to 0. So you need to sub x as 0. Okay? So this same equation, when you sub x as 0, what do you get for the y value? 0 plus 2, 0 minus 1. You key into the calculator, press equal, what you get? No? Minus 2. So that means it's telling you that your graph will cut through your y-intercept or y-axis at -2. So you have 3 points of the graph already. You are just missing the one last point, which is where it turns. Okay? So before we can do that, we want to know where is the line of symmetry. Where is the middle line of the graph? I suspect it's somewhere here. Okay, but suspect is not good enough. I need to find where it is. So how to find line of symmetry? You always write x equals to the 2x value that you found here. You add them up and half it. So put it in here. So -2 plus the 1 and then you half it. So the line of symmetry is x equals to -half, which is here. So this line of symmetry is important because it will tell you where your graph turns. Okay, so later when you sketch your minimum graph, you will find that your graph will turn at the line of symmetry because that is the middle point of your graph. So my last mission is to find out where is this point, the turning point, the legendary turning point. So this turning point, I'm just missing the y value, but I already know the x value is -half. So to find turning point, you will sub line of symmetry, the LOS. Okay, so how to find that? Same thing, turning point, we will sub x as -half into my equation. So what is the value? Then -half minus 1. You will get -2.25. So actually my turning point is -half and -2.25. So I know that this point here, the coordinate is -0.5 and -2.25. So once you know all the points, you plot out your points and then you sketch it. Then you will get your 3 marks. Okay, so I repeat one more time. First mark, you give me the shape. That means if you give me a U shape, you get 1 mark already. Where's the second mark? If it passes through all the points that are correct, you get your second mark. The last mark is your graph must look symmetrical and smooth. Okay, then you get all 3 marks. So perfection is to get 3. Okay, but if cannot, at least you get the shape out first. No time to do the working is fine, at least get 1 mark. Okay, but if you have time to go through all the steps, plot it, not plot, just sketch it out, then you can get the full 3 marks. Okay, so this is your typical first sketch. Okay, those who's done, you can go to the second page, repeat the same steps. Yes. Negative? Do you get? You sub it, okay, see this is my equation, right? X plus 2, x minus 1. So I replace this value of x with x minus half. This is how you, okay, you got this from the line of symmetry here. So you sub in the x as minus half into the equation. So every x you see, change to minus half and then press calculator. Can you see the x value? Change to minus half. You substitute. Okay, we'll do a few times until you do better. Why? Why your pen like those calligraphy pen? So these are the 5 steps to getting your sketch out. Okay, the 5 steps. Number 1 is always the shape. Then you go and find x-intercept, go and find y-intercept, go and find line of symmetry, go and find turning point. Then you can plot everything out.
Oh. Do you know examples?
Example what?
2.
I don't know the answer, but...
Do it like doing.
Yes. You can try example 2 on your own first. Okay, or if you need help, let's do it together. Done? Okay, so if you want to have a look again, first thing, look at the form. Is this a completed square form or factorized form? Factorized form. Then we know this one is negative. So it's a frowning curve. So this is actually called a maximum curve. Okay, that's what we write down first. Second, we want to find x-intercept. So we will sub y as 0 into the equation. So this is my equation. This is my equation. Jamil, wake up. So this is my equation. I'm going to substitute y as 0. Okay, don't go and expand and kill yourself. If you want, you can shift the entire 2 bracket to the right hand side if the negative sign irritates you. Just shift them together. Then they become positive already. And it still equals to 0. So that whole chunk shift together, the whole thing becomes positive. Then you start solving it.
How about the minus?
The minus when you shift over become plus already, ma? So you remember whenever you bring something over, it becomes positive. So this one, I can solve x plus 3 is 0. So x is minus 3. That's one of my x-intercept. Then I solve the other one. X plus 1 is 0. So x is minus 1. So that's the other point. So if you go and sketch it out, my graph must pass through these 2 points. One here, one here. And I know it's a frowning curve, so maybe something like that. Okay? Then next thing is I want to find my y-intercept. So I sub x as 0. So same equation here. Instead of we will substitute x as 0. So 0 plus 3, 0 plus 1. You just key into the calculator. Calculator will give you negative 3. So that means it must pass through here. That's my third point. Right? 2x intercept and my y-intercept is here. Then next one I need to find is my line of symmetry. So remember line of symmetry, we always add these two up, divide by 2. So these two number I add up, divide by 2. We must always write x equals 2 because it's an equation. It's not a value, right? It's an equation. So I must write x equals 2. So this one you go and press calculator, they will give you x as minus 2. So that means this line that you see here is your line of symmetry. Your graph will be symmetrical about this line. This is your line of symmetry. Okay, this is the line of symmetry. Okay, lastly, I know my graph is going to turn here. Okay, and the turning point is exactly at the line of symmetry. So I need to sub in my line of symmetry value. So I will use this value and substitute into my equation again. So I will sub into my equation. So can you see that I'm using my line of symmetry value? I put it in. So you press calculator again. It will give you what? Minus 1 times 1 times minus 1. So is it 1? So what is the coordinate of the turning point? My x is this one. And my y is this one. So actually it is this point. At 1. Okay, so my turning point is at minus 2, 1. Usually we will put the coordinate there. So we can plot out the point and join it. So can you see I have 1, 2, 3, 4 points. And then you join them together to form your quadratic curve. So that is 3 marks. Okay, I assure you some of you will forget to find the turning point. You just happily get your y and x intercept and you start drawing. Okay, so be careful with that. This line, you can leave it out unless they ask you to draw the line of symmetry. If not, we don't need to actually draw this line. You can just draw the curve. This line helps you to find the turning point. That's why we need to find it. Okay? Yeah. Cannot hear me? Not loud enough. I'm scared Oh really? Okay, but at least I don't strain my voice so much. Okay, so this is factorized form. It is just these 5 steps. But if you see completed square form, it is also these 5 steps, but we jumble the sequence. That means we no longer follow this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but we go 1, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay? So we will swap the sequence a bit when we are given completed square form. Okay? But it's still these 5 steps, just that we prioritize different things. Can or cannot?
Yeah.
So let's summarize. Number 1, what do we find? Shape. Very good. Number 2, what do we find?
X-intercept.
X-intercept. So to find that, we sub what?
Y equals to 0.
Y equals to 0. The opposite, remember that. Number 3,
Y-intercept.
we find y-intercept. So we sub x as 0. Okay, just to point out to you, just now we mentioned x-intercept, we sometimes can have 2, we can have 1, or even none. So if there's 2, it's because they cut at 2 points. Okay, or if it's a maximum curve, they also cut at 2 points. Okay, but sometimes they can only just touch it at 1 point. At 1 point. Okay, or even better, they don't even touch it. They fly above or go underneath. So they don't even meet at all. Then you cannot find x-intercept. So that is also possible. Don't be shocked when you see that you cannot solve it. Okay, it just means they don't cut. They are above it or below it.
Is it 0?
No, for example, if let's say just now we use a completed square form and then it's equals to minus 5. You want to solve it, right? Then you want to try to take a square root. Your calculator gives you a math error. Because we cannot square root a negative number, then there's no solution already. So when you have no solution, it means your graph is above or underneath the line. It just don't meet. Okay? Can?
4 times in a row, you know, 4 times.
Time. Absent, you catch up. So sketching, I told you all that there's 2 different types of graphs. So it's either looking like this in factorized form, okay, or it looks like this in completed square form.
Why never drink better?
I haven't teach. Okay, so last lesson we only went through the first one. So in factorized form. So this is the one that we went through. So when we are given a graph like this, so let's say, okay, factorized form, the first thing we look out for is the sign in front. Can. So this will tell you your shape. The first thing we look out for in your shape. So when the coefficient of x squared is negative, we are unhappy. So we frown. So you get a maximum curve. So the moment you decide on the correct shape and sketch it out, you get 1 mark already. Second step, we find the x-intercepts. So like what I mentioned the last time, we can have 2 x-intercept, 1 or nothing. Meaning, your curve can cut the x-axis at 2 points. It can touch it only at 1 point, or it can float below it and don't meet it at all. So there's a chance that you can have no x-intercept, 1 or 2. So how to find it? We will sub y as 0. Then we will find what is the coordinate of x. Okay?
Yes.
Next one. Third thing we find is y-intercept. There is only 1. No matter which graph you have, there is always 1 y-intercept because your frowning curve. I didn't know there's a 3B here.
Yeah, I went to the 50 over yesterday.
Why our doors spoiled? You still haven't fixed? No. So you call them today.
Later I call them.
So the back door also. Student.
Okay, anyway, your curve, no matter where it is, will always cut the y-axis at 1 point here. So this is your y-intercept. How do you find it? You will sub x as 0. So remember, it's always the opposite. You find y-intercept, you sub x as 0. You find x-intercept, you sub y as 0. So the opposites. Okay, the fourth thing you need to find is the line of symmetry, LOS. So in your curve, your line of symmetry will cut your curve into 2 symmetrical halves. And this line of symmetry, the x value, right, is where your highest point is. It's the same value. Okay, so how to find the line of symmetry? Your two x-intercept, you will add it up, divide by 2. So let's say this is x1, this is x2. So we add up the two x-intercept, divide by 2. What if we only have one x-intercept? Then the x-intercept is your line of symmetry. Okay, so we will just add these 2 up, divide by 2. So the important thing I need to remind you is you must write x equals 2. Because this is a line, the line is an equation. So you must write x equals 2. Last thing, I want to find that turning point here, this turning point. Okay, so the turning point, you have to sub the line of symmetry. So once you sub the value in, you can get your curve. So I give you the example from here. Shape I have determined already, this one, done. Now I want to find my x-intercept. So I sub y as 0. So I was telling the class the other day, don't go and expand this in and make mistakes and then get wrong answer. Just shift these two brackets to the other side. The negative sign will disappear. Okay, so the negative, when you bring it over, it becomes positive. Then the solving is just natural. So x is minus 3, x is 1. So these are your two x-intercept values. Next is you want to find y-intercept. So you sub x as 0. So when you sub x as 0, you can key this whole thing into the calculator. Then it gives you a nice 3. Okay, so this is where it cuts the y-axis. And then the last one, no, second last one, line of symmetry is x. You add these two up, divide by 2. So this is your line of symmetry. Okay, lastly, you sub in this line of symmetry value to find turning point. So y is minus, oh, the chicken like struggling, oh. So poor thing like that. Hungry is it? So this is 4. So your turning point is minus 1, 4. So what is the usefulness of all these points? It helps you get out your graph. So we sketch it out. So let's say this is 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. So 1 point is here. This is done. Okay, 1 point is at 1. So this is done. Okay, next one I want it to pass through is at 3. So 1, 2, 3. So it must pass through here. Okay, then I know my line of symmetry is here. X equals to minus 1. This is my line of symmetry. Do you have to draw it out? Actually, not required unless the question asks you to draw. But you know you are going to turn on this line. And I know my turning point is this one, minus 1, 4. So I need to extend my line a bit. Go to 4. And this is my turning point. So with all the 4 points, make sure your curve passes through it. Then your maximum curve will be staring at you. So this is the sketch they want to see. Where are your marks? They will give A, P, and S. A for the correct axis. So if your axis values are all correct, you cut at all the correct point, they give you 1 mark. Okay? If your graph is of the correct shape, okay, this one is your shape, then they give you 1 mark. And then the last one is everything must pass through the plot nicely and smoothly. You don't draw like that, like that, like that, like that. That scares them. Then they will give you 0. If not, it's 3 marks. So a typical graph like that is 3 marks. All the working, even if you don't show, they won't penalize your marks. Okay, the essential part is the graph must be out. All the points must be there. make it a habit to write the coordinate of the turning point. The rest, make sure you mark out all the points. Okay? So this is a recap of last lesson. We learned how to sketch this. So it's your luck. The exam will only test you one type. Either the factorized type or the completing the square type. How much? This is 3 marks. So just one sketch, 3 marks. So even if you never show any of this working, or you show everything but no graph, no marks. So you must show the sketch. If no time during the exam, at least give me the maximum curve. Then you get 1 mark. This is not the tough. No, how should I put it? For sketching, they are equally the same difficulty. Okay, either one is okay. Oh, done already, done. Then you can pass to me. Of course not. We can use for other deco purpose. Okay, so this is recap. Let's move on to the next part of the notes, which is completing. Or are you all even copying? No, do you all need? No, then I move on. Oh, nice.
This is gonna be easy. The faster indices come, the faster I get better. Faster I get better. What do you mean?
Done? One. Maybe this time round. Square form. Are you all still see a notebook? Okay, next type is this one. Not done. Okay, this one. Completed square form.
I give up.
Okay? So, listen. Listen. In completed square form, the first thing we do is also shape. So this will tell me that the shape is positive and I'm happy, so it's a minimum curve. But if the sign in front here is negative, I'm upset, so I frown, so it's a maximum curve. So the sign in front also tells you the shape. So the first step is the same, no matter whether it's factorized form or completed square form. Okay? So another thing is, in completed square form, we can straight away jump to the last step, number 5, and get the turning point. We don't have to go and find x-intercept first, we get the turning point already. So if you look at this, how do we make this value as small as possible? What do you think is the smallest value of y we can get from this? Any x that you substitute in. If I substitute any x value in, where do you think is the lowest point of your y? We try. So you sub in x as -1 into the equation. Press calculator, what do you get? 6, correct. Okay, we sub in x as 0 into the equation. Put into the calculator, you get 1. Put in 1. -2. Put in 2. -3. Put in 3. -2. 4.
1,
5.
6.
3, there is 9, 6, yeah, correct. 6. 17 or 13? 13, right? Okay. So what is the minimum value of y that you can get in this plot? What is the lowest value of y you can get? Can you see this? So this is the minimum value of y that you can get. So when will this happen? This happens when I make this 0. Can you see that? Because if I sub in x as 2 here, this one becomes 2 minus 2 and it's actually 0 square. So, it means if I want to find the minimum value of y, I need to make that square be equals to 0. So, whatever equation I'm given, right, my mission is to make this equals to 0. And then this value here will be my y value. Can you see here? This will become my y value. My minimum y value. Okay, so the ultimate objective is to make this be equals to 0. So we start first. How to make this first bracket into 0? What should I sub x as? 1, right? Because when this is 1, this whole bracket is 0. So it tells me that my x must be 1. And then this will become my y value. Because this thing already becomes 0. So my minimum y value is minus 4. Okay, next one we try. Fikri, how can I make this bracket square equals to 0? When x is what? I want to make this bracket equals to 0. So x must be what? 4. Yes. So when x is 4, what happened to my y value? Yes, it's just 5. So straight away it gives me turning point. So one more time. Justin, how do I make this equals to 0? What should my x be? 2 then become 4, you know. Negative 2. So if this is negative 2, the bracket square becomes 0. Then my y will naturally become this. Okay, Jamil, this one. Minus 6. So minus 6 plus 6 becomes 0. The whole thing becomes 0. So my y will become minus 1. So actually it's very easy for you to get the turning point from completed square form. So maybe I ask Kiran, what is the x value that will make this be equal to 0? I want to make this 0. So what should x be here? What minus 2 gives you 0? What minus 2 gives you 0?
What minus 2 gives me 0?
0 minus 2.
Or rather, x minus 2 is 0. X must be
Try, no.
Negative
2. Bring this over 2. Y'all don't like that. He very stressed, you know. Give him some time. So this is 2 minus 2 gives you 0. So my y will become minus 9. So actually, I know my turning point already. I just go into my sketch. My turning point is 2, followed by minus 9. So for completed square form, we usually do 1, and then we jump to 5. Because it's easy to get. So if we look at this, what's the shape? This is a positive, so happy, right? So it's smiley face. It's actually called minimum curve. Okay, then from line of symmetry, we can get it easily because it's the same x value. Remember, your turning point happens at your line of symmetry. They are the same line. So actually, indirectly, I know that line of symmetry is just 2. It's that same value. So we can do 1, then we do 5, 4, and then the rest. So completed square form, we change the order a bit, but it's still the same 5 steps.
What's 2?
Okay, because our graph will go to the lowest point and then they start turning, but in a symmetrical way. So this turning point, the x value, the x coordinate here, will be the same as your line of symmetry. So let's say this is 2 minus 9. So this x value is at 2 because it's the same as this value. It's the same line. Yeah. So the x coordinate of your turning point is always the same as your line of symmetry. So we work backwards. Okay, now is the solving part. How to solve for x-intercept? What do we sub? Y equals to 0, the opposite. So we go to the equation, then we sub. So my equation is 0 minus 9. So remember, we want to solve for x, right? So we shift the minus 9 to the other side. Become plus 9. Okay? And then we take a square root. So we have 2 possible answers. One is positive 3. One is negative 3. So x minus 2 is 3 or x minus 2 is negative 3. So we solve it is 5 or minus 1. So these are the two values that it will cut. Okay, that means my graph will cut at minus 1 and 5. So, yeah, I solved. So this one is to sub y at 0. Yes, then you know where it cuts. Because if you just give me the shape without telling me where it cuts, you only get 1 mark. You want 3, right? So you need to work harder. Okay, what about y-intercept? Sub what? Sub x at 0. So when we sub x at 0 into the equation, the rest is just calculator's work. So you press calculator, it should give you minus 5. So once you get all the 5 points, then you are ready to plot or sketch. Okay, so do all the necessary coordinates. My y will go up to any other point I need. Okay, somewhere like that. Okay, so I plot out my point. I have a 5, so cut here. I have a minus 1, so cut here. I have a minus 5, cut here. I have a 2 minus 9. So roughly we'll do is a sketch. No need to be so accurate. So once you have all the points, make it pass through your coordinates, all your plots, and then this is your sketch. Okay, and then you have 3 marks in your pocket. Okay, put all these coordinates out so they cannot penalize you in any way. Okay, in fact, this is the last thing of this chapter already. Then we are done with chapter 1. Then next week we will start chapter 2.
The only difference between this one and the other one is that
The order.
you get the turning point.
Correct, first. So you just find the turning point, then go to line of symmetry, then go and find the other two. Okay, but however, if let's say you don't want to find the turning point, you still want to go through the 5 steps, also can. But it's just double work. Okay, because you can get the answer easily. You might surprise yourself. Class, here. We can always read from the values here. So the x coordinate is always making this equals to 0. So 1 minus 1 is 0. So my x is 1. Then my y will just be this value. So same thing, make this equals to 0. So my x must be 4. And then my y will be 5. Okay, same thing here. I want to make this 0. So my x must be minus 2. So this thing will 0 out. Then my y will become 6. Okay, same thing here. This has to be negative 6 so that this zeroes out. Then my y is minus 1. So using okay, this one, quick one, last one. Completing the square. We still have one more. Sketch quick one lah. Yes, here. Okay, can. Why I keep hearing like, oh, it's another teacher's voice, sorry. Okay, now I'm going to ask Silesh. What is the shape of this completed square form graph? Sad, good.
No, it's happy though.
Because this sign is negative. So we are upset. So frown. What are the turning points? I need to make this 0. So what is my turning point? Ignore the sign. just try to make this yellow portion be 0. So what must the x value be? How to make this thing 0? So x must be just 1. Okay, so when this thing becomes 0, this is gone. So what is my y value? Yes, it is just this number here, 4. So you all must be very quick in deciding your values. So the moment you know your turning point, what else can you find now? What? A line of symmetry. Oh, actually you know, right? So x is just this value 1 here. Okay? So we go in the sequence that helps us the best. So we go 1, 5, 4. Okay, then we go and find line of symmetry. No, then we go and find x-intercept. So we sub y as 0. So how to calculate? Remember, we don't want to scare ourselves. Yes. How I find what? Oh, we read from the coordinate there. So just now I was telling the equation here, I need to make this 0. So the only way to make this 0 is to make x as 1. So this one becomes 0 and my y will be 4. So that is how you get the turning point. Okay, so how to solve? I told you alright, don't go and expand the minus inside. Shift the whole bracket to the left hand side. Make it positive. Okay, shift the whole bracket and then just take your square root. So 2 answers. 1, 2, 1, negative 2. So you will get 3 or minus 1. So that's your 2x intercept. Okay, y intercept how to find? Sub what?
Sub x equals 0.
So you just sub x equals to 0 into the equation. So press the calculator, it gives you 3. So with all the points, you can plot already. So 1, 2, 3, minus 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So my first point is 3, followed by minus 1, followed by 3, and then it must pass through 1, 4. So maximum curve passing through these 4 points. Okay, always make it a habit to write the coordinate of the turning point. Okay, when I finish this today, then I will load up this part. I try to load it up in full. If not, it will be quite funny. Okay, so line of symmetry, you add up the 2, divide by 2. Remember? Add up these 2, divide by 2. So calculator gives you x equals to 1. This is the line of symmetry. Lastly, the last step, you will sub the line of symmetry x equals to 1 into the equation. So the equation that you have, put in 1. So calculator gives you 4. So my turning point is 1, 4. So with all these points, sketching out is not a problem now. You just have to...
X is 3. Not minus 3.
History.
Yeah, history.
X is 3.
Okay, so I mark out my points. It's at minus 1, 3. And then y is 3, 1, 2, 3. And then at 4, it's 1, 4. So with all your 4 points, you sketch them out. Okay, this is your curve. So remember, always write the coordinate of your turning point. This one part B, right? They just ask for one more step. Can you write down the line equation of the line of symmetry? So actually you have already shown. If you want, you just put part B, then you put your answer like that. Then you don't need to write again. So part B is here. Okay, so like that, 4 marks question. Okay, so you check your work. If you have made a mistake in your sketch, please do a side correction. Okay, question 3, a quick one. Factorize form again. What's the shape? What's the shape? Happy or sad?
Maximum. It's, oh, sorry.
Positive, right? So minimum. You are happy.
Isn't it? Yeah, there's.
No, x minus, right? So it's positive. So the shape is smiling. Number 2, I want to make this 2 equals to 0. So what are the 2 x-intercept? What are the 2 x-intercept? 2 and negative 6. Very good. Number 3, I want to find my y-intercept. So I need to sub x as 0. So just put in this as 0. Then calculator gives you minus 12. So number 3 point is done. How to find line of symmetry? Add up these 2, divide by 2. So you get line of symmetry as this. Okay, lastly, the 5th step, sub your line of symmetry. So y is just negative 2. Negative 16. So your turning point is this. So the steps keeps repeating itself. It's just you deciding, making the right decision at each point. So the 2 x-intercepts, your turning point, okay, let's say this is minus 4, minus 8, minus 12, minus 16. Okay, so it passes through minus 12. It also passes through negative 2, 16. So with all these points, there your sketch is out. Yeah.
What does it say under the x?
Line of symmetry.
No, like under
On
like
number
x
step
equals to
Minus 2.
no the about the
This one. 2 plus negative 6. These 2. You add up.
That looks like a
x squared.
Oh. So this plus this. Half it. Okay, so just make sure your sketch. I think a lot of you y'all will miss out this point. Then your graph will look like it undergoes surgery. Like that one. With no turning point here. You ignore the turning point, right? So you will force feed these 3 points that you have. And then your graph all like sengit like that. Slanted one. So there is one point here that you don't miss out in drawing. If not, your graph will be interesting. Okay? Teachers don't like interesting things. We are like old school. So please show the correct ideal graph. This one. As long as your graph looks smooth. Okay? Not like this. We can give you the 3rd mark. So make sure it's not like so shaky. Please. Smooth can already. Okay, we're not asking you to use graph. I have had students who do sketch using the French curve. Like must be perfect one. So please, no need. Just make sure it looks decent and symmetrical can already. Okay? So 4 need or don't need? Should be okay lah, right? Repeated. Yeah, so 4 I don't go through already. Which one? Also need.
Not me, it's the paper. Yeah.
Okay, question 4. Then I ask the answers from you. What's the shape? Happy or sad?
Happy.
Happy or sad?
Happy.
Happy. Because it's all x plus something, x minus something, right? There's no trick here. Just read the sign in front. Okay, then x-intercept, what are the two? One is reading from here, the opposite sign. One is reading from here.
-2. And 1.
Yes. Okay, then y-intercept. Sub x as 0. This one change to 0, change to 0.
-3.
So it's just y equals to -3. So you can just use I power. Line of symmetry.
-1.
Add these two up. Divide by 2. So you get x is -1. This is your equation. Then last step, turning point. Just sub this value in. So this is your turning point, -1, -4. So with all these 4 points, 1, 2, 3, 4, your graph is ready. -1, -2, -3, 1. So mark out the points. And then we have a -1, -2, -3, -4. So it passes through here and here. So with the 4 points, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So your graph will look that is done. Okay? So these are your x-intercepts. Because cut x-axis. These are your y-intercept. Because cut y-axis. This is your turning point. In this case, this is the minimum one. Okay? So with the sketches, I hope you are more confident now. She can quiz you all next week already, right?
Yeah, can. Oh.
Why?
Stop being a tryhard.
You see,
Thank you very much.
this chapter, how can a WA kill you?
Actually,
Completing the square one question. Quadratic formula one
I'll
question.
show myself.
Yes, when you are done, hand in, fast forward. Then what else? Fraction one question.
Stop, man. You're not gonna gain any.
So do you have practice
I
paper?
don't want to.
Yes. I brought it already. Later I pass you.
Why got so many?
So that you all have enough practice.
I'm getting more flashbacks from last
Can one pencil? To do corrections.
3, the algebraic fractions.
Silence, turn on your sound, bro.
year.
Serious? Anything
Then what?
I can help you
Very
with?
ugly, very.
Silish, can you stop watching videos? You're sketching so solid already, is it? Okay, so 1.1, 2, this is 1.4. Oh, 1.3 quadratic graph.
Just copy all the teacher's answers.
1.5 is problem sums. Yeah, can. Then the last one is sketching.
So who said that?
Me.
So can you be nice? Can you think about
Oh, I'm not nice.
Just think about those video 4 times.
So you just see, just chapter 1 itself can have 6 questions already. One type of question each.
That's amazing.
So quadratic formula, you must know how to sing your Lady Gaga. completing the square at the zero pair. Quadratic graph is the plotting. Problem sum is we give you any story, you must be able to get to the relationship. Sketching is this one. Okay, and then of course your chapter 2 next week is the last question you will see, which is on inequality.
I'm gonna jump off.
Okay, so you see, I'm sure there's certain elements here that you are feeling more confident about. Those are the must get marks. Yes.
I'll get one.
So when I say this is a solution, means you can sub in. So part A, I will sub in x as minus 2 into the equation above here. So k minus 2 square minus 2. Okay, then you just simplify. Minus 2 bracket square, you press into the calculator, is a 4. Okay, this one you expand. It's a negative 2. Okay, this is a negative 2. Okay, and then the minus 4, I just carry down only, nothing to do. So this is a 2k. This is a minus 6. So you can see the answer staring at you. K is just 3. So if you can get this, then you can get 1 mark here and 1 mark here. So the moment you sub in is 1 mark, solving is another mark. Okay, part B. Ready? Part B, they say find the second solution. Sailesh, I can hear you from here, you know. Okay, so I want to find the second solution, but I know K is 3 already. So this will never change. Put this into your original equation. So 3x squared plus 4x minus 4 is 0. So this is your original equation when you know that K is sub K as 3. So you can just use completing the square. You can use quadratic formula if you can factorize also. But quadratic formula is always encouraged. So negative B plus minus B square minus 4AC over 2A. So the moment you write in this is a 1 mark for using the method. And then the next one is just your answer already. So don't need to show this, but I'm just showing this. 16, this is 16, right? Times 3 for the 8. Plus 16. What? 64. What's the answer inside? My calculator died. So sad, right?
Get another one. Expensive.
Okay, so you should have 2 answers. 2/3. Or the other one, which is minus 2. So this one you can reject because it's your is the solution they give you. This is the one that I want, the other solution. Okay, so this is the one that we need. So take this to be your revision, huh? Okay, question 2.
Is it at the 0?
Where? Oh, wait. Focus first.
Lucky logo.
Can to beside Latika? Apart from there, where else? Behind Somya? Here? Bring your table and see here. Can see or not? Or you just join Ishan. Oh, too noisy. Oh, a lot of better not. Wrong choice. Latika here. It's okay lah.
Say ha, say ha, say ha, say ha.
No. They say means they are shocked. Here lah, you can separate the table. I don't mind. You can separate the table.
Which one, Cynthia?
Who?
Which one?
No. Okay, like that can. Very good. Okay, question 2. They say solve the question by completing the square. Not always they'll write Lisa. Sometimes they'll write express your answer in this form. Then you know it's also completing the square. So first thing first, copy the first 2. Write the minus 16 as far as possible. Add in your 0 pair. Okay, your 0 pair is always this number. Copy this
9/2.
inside. Okay, and then you half it. Okay, so the first 3 will make up your square. So this one you copy the x. Don't copy the square. The square is outside the bracket already. Copy what is in the bracket. So like that. The rest, just key this whole thing into the calculator, including the negative sign here. So I repeat one more time. You add, then you can subtract. You don't take, then put back. That is theft. Okay? So this is important. Press the calculator. What do you get as the number behind? What is the number you get behind? 4.5, 4.5. 36.25. So this is the completed square form. This is solved, right? So bring the negative 36.25 to the other side. Become positive. Why? Okay or not? Okay, then you take square root, which you will have 2 answers. One positive, one negative. So what are the 2 answers? It is just one positive 1 minus 9/2, or the other one, the negative 1 minus 9/2. You will definitely see questions like this. So you must know how to do to get your full 3 marks. So your 2 answers, they say leave your answer to 2 TP. Go and round off your 2 answers. What are they? 1.5? 4. The other one? 5.2. 5.2 or 5.4? 5.2. Then the other one? Okay? So these are your few answers. Yes.
From this, can't we just straight away use
Straight away use
the formula?
the what?
The formula, because it's equals 0.
Cannot, but because the question say complete the square, you must use their method. They specify the method.
But we still get the same answer.
Yeah, but the method is wrong. So if they specify that you must use completing the square, then you must use completing the square. Otherwise, it's up to you to choose. Jamil, you angry?
It's just like my calculator is a bit broken.
Okay, sometimes you all need to like knock it, right? Knock some sense into the calculator. Like, okay, never mind. Oh, because I talk suddenly, he tung tung, then I don't know what happened. Okay, next one. This question, again, is a subtle hint that they are asking you to complete the square. Will there be 2 complete the square question? Unlikely. So you will be tested once on it. But if you love completing the square so much, you can go ahead and continue using. Sailesh, why are you smiling to yourself?
Watching video.
You are watching video? Then you smiling about what? Completing the square? Okay. Shh. So this one is not arranged in the way that you like, but we can always rearrange it. So we write x squared first, then the minus 8x, and then the 9. So you just rearrange in the order that you want. Remember, the sign in front of the number follows it like a surname. So just bring it around. Okay, so first thing first, bring this plus 9 all the way to the back. Okay, and then these two is what you need to complete the square. So you always add a square, subtract it. So remember, add first, then you can take away. So this number is the number that you want. Don't take the x, just the coefficient only. Some of you I saw in your working, everything you also put in the bracket. So only take this number and then you half it. Okay, so the first 3, put it in a bracket square. So this one I copy down. Don't copy the square. This one I copy down. Don't copy the square. Okay, and then whatever that is behind, focus, don't talk amongst yourself. Anyway, the two of you are not supposed to be together, right? So that's why when I start hearing small conversations, it's because you all change your seat. Okay, so this one, calculate it. Then you get minus 16 plus 9, so you get a negative 7. Is that correct? I hope so, right? Yeah, negative 7. So this is done. But if you look at the question carefully, if they ask you to solve for P and Q, what do you think is the value of P and Q? This question never asks, but what is the P, what is the Q? Can we see that P is this number outside of the square? So actually in this case, P is negative 7. What is the Q? So Q is just the negative 8 divided by 2, which is negative 4. So you can just compare one by one. This is if the question asks. But if they never ask, you don't need to write this step. Okay, lastly, using this completed square form, they ask you, what is the coordinate of the minimum point? You all remember when we do sketch, we know how to read coordinate of turning point? So what is the value? What is the value of the turning point? We want to make this bracket square equals to 0, right? So what should x be? Okay, wait. Let me simplify so that it's easier for you to see. This is this. So to make the bracket square equals to 0, x must be 4. So that 4 minus 4 is 0. Okay, and then my y will naturally be this number you see here. So this is your turning point. So if you can read it, this mark is yours. So make sure you can read. Okay, one more time. You see this is my completed square form. This is my equation. Minimum point means it must be my lowest point ever. So if you keep changing the number here, right? Let's say I use 8, 7, 6, 5. It will always be a number that is positive when I square it. So the smallest number I can find is to make this bracket 0. I want this bracket to be equal to 0 so that I'm at my lowest point. Okay? So how to reach my lowest point? To make this 0, this thing must be equals to 0. So x must be 4. Because when x is 4, 4 minus 4 gives you 0. So this thing is gone. Then my y will be minus 7. So always make this bracket 0. So no matter what completed square form I give you, no matter how scary looking it looks like. Okay, what is the x value here? To make this equal to 0. 11 over 3. I just need to make sure it will cancel this out, and then my y value will be this one. Okay, so the completed square form tells you your turning point. So this is how you got this answer. Can? So take this as revision for your graph for your completed square. Okay, I write here first. Then we will go through 4. Have you all started your past year paper?
Yeah.
Was it manageable?
Yeah.
Some, at least some must be okay. Got some difficult ones, but some should be manageable. So you calculate the marks, must at least get 15 and above. If it's not, then you need to fix some of the topics with me. That means go and arrange for consultation. Make sure that topic. You will see over the years, past 3 years paper, right? You flip through. If there's one question that always get you, then you must fix it. Okay? Next one, question 4. This one. This is the formula. They say find t when s is 14. Who cannot do this? This one just sub only. Sub the 14 in. So sub 14 in. So before I can solve for this, before I can take square root, I need to bring this over and divide first. So divide by 3.5. So the moment I isolate my bracket square, then I can take my square root already. What is 14 divided by 3.5? Is it a nice answer?
It's 4.
4. Okay, so this one will be quite nice. You take a square root plus minus square root 4. So I have two answers. T minus 2 is 2 or t minus 2 is negative 2. So my two answer is 4 or 0. But if you look at the question carefully, they say t must be greater than 2. So this one you reject because t is greater than 2. So this is your only answer. Okay? Why Jasmine also angry? Do you forget to do something?
No, I think I just the whole thing.
Yes, your final answer. Oh, this one only 1 mark. So it's either you get or you don't get. Yeah, so be careful. Yes. How I divide? Because when it was here, this means 3.5 times t minus 2 squared. So when it's times, I bring over is divide. Yeah. Okay, you should be marking your work. This one only 1 mark. You get, you get. You know my sec 4 say they see me more than their mother. Because I see them for EMAF and AMAF and AAEP. So there's 2 consecutive days. I see them for 4 periods straight. That means 2 AMAF, 2 EMAF. After that, 1 hour of 1.5 hour of AAEP. So they say they see me more than their form teacher, their brother, their parents.
You teach for A?
4C.
For C got A, man.
Yeah. 13 of them. Okay? So anyway, next question. This is an algebraic fraction question. So, can you all tell me, how should I start with this question? How should I start with this question? Cross multiply, yes. You're here, Salish? Times. So this is like over 1. So we cross multiply. So this is 9. This is x minus 4 to x minus 1. Remember your bracket. You don't put in your bracket, your expression might be wrong. Focusing. See, that's why you all cannot sit on your own. I remember Ria is somewhere here. Yoon and Vera is not together. Ufa and May is not together. Saumya and Sam is not together. Yeah, so I'm saying the moment you all make your own choices, then it might not work. That's the... Oh God. I can't. Okay, anyway, when they say complete the square, copy the first 2. And then the last constant term, write it right behind. We always add. Then we subtract. And then we copy this number inside. And we half it. Okay, so remember. You need to half it. And then this 3, goes into a bracket square. So the x goes here. The minus 9 over 2 goes here. So the rest you just press calculator. What do you get? Minus 3.25. So the moment you write this is your answer for part 1. 1 mark. Some O-level question give you 1 mark for all this effort. Some give 2. So it depends. Okay. The highlight is when they use the word hence. Don't go and change your method anymore. They are suggesting that you need to use your answer from here to solve it. So using your answer from part A, you copy this down and then you equate to 0 to solve. This is what they are trying to ask you to do. So when you see the word hence, copy your answer from part A and use it to solve. So the solving is the same. Just write like that. Bring it over before you square root. So take a square root, plus or minus. So 2 possible answers. One is x. The other one is negative. What's the 2 answer? 2.70. The other one? 6.3. Nicely. 0. Okay, they say 2 dp, right? So 2 dp, 2 dp. Yeah, I think reverse, right? This is the 6.3. This is the 2.7. Okay? So you will see that over the years, all these are exact O-level questions. I just took it out from 10-year series. So they keep testing the same thing. The moment you do, all these marks are yours. So make sure you follow it through. It's not impossible. It's doable. They can't have the whole paper all scary questions. There must be questions that fit you well. Yeah. No. No, I wanted to like reward somebody, but I come in, seating arrangement change. Then you all anyhow.
Be like Mr. Shafiq, just give out candy for free, lighten the mood.
I don't have 30. I don't have 30. I don't have
What?
30.
You got beef with Mr. Shafiq?
Okay, shh. Okay, so Latika, you want your chocolate, right? You come up and show this question.
This one I can do.
I will do. But okay.
Question 6. If you all find a mistake in her answer, you get a chocolate also.
Oh my god, it's easy. Like,
Hey, like that, I'm giving everyone chocolate.
Oh, you do first. You do first.
I want to take.
Okay, then I also have question 7 for someone.
This one, please.
What suddenly got food? Got
Wow, shit, I confirm wrong, yeah. That's yours.
no.
I thought we were a team.
That's just
Okay, go and find it out. Find it out. I get 2 persons showing the same question.
Every 7.
The example is 8. Okay, last one. We spend the whole lesson on one assignment. What is this? When it's supposed to be your homework. How to get there? No, you need part A and B to find C. Okay, they want to find speed. So we have learned DST. Right? To find speed is distance divided by time. So speed is distance divided by your time, which is X minutes. But they want it to be in hours. So kilometer and hours. So if we try to simplify this is this expression. So if we do a keep, change, flip, you will get 2,400 over X. Okay, that's the first expression. Second one, it says that now the timing to complete the journey, rest of the distance, so instead of 40 kilometer, the rest of the distance remaining is 50 kilometer. Because I have 90 at the start. So I finished 40 already, left with 50. So it says at a different speed. So my distance is 50 kilometer. And it takes me x plus 15 minutes to complete it. So again, I will change it to hours. So you write it like that. Divide by x. So you do a keep, change, flip. Okay, wait a bit. So you get 3,000 kilometer per hour. So this is the first answer. This is the second. So now part C, they say that the speed for the first part of the journey is 9 kilometers faster than the second part. So this one is faster. Faster means it covers, this is bigger, right? So you minus that 9 kilometer that you were faster, it should give you this. Okay, so they want you to show that it reduces to this. So the rest is just algebraic fraction. You multiply everything by the LCM. So this one times this. The x and the x cancels off. So left this. Okay, then the second part. This times this. There's nothing to cancel off. So you just copy everything over. And then the very last one. The x plus 5 cancel off. Okay. So you simplify everything. What is 240 times 15? 9,135. Those with calculator, what is 2004 times 15? 2004 times 15. 26,000. 36,000. Okay, so you simplify everything. Okay, it's a big number. I don't have a calculator. Okay, eventually, you need to shift everything to one side. Minus 2004. Minus 36,000. So you will get something like 600, 735. Okay, so very close to what we want already. So in order to reach what they ask you to show, you just divide throughout by 3. Okay, so if all goes well, you divide by 3, then this is shown. Okay, solving part, I leave it to you. If you are done. So this line of symmetry is x equals to 0.5. So the moment you write this, you get 1 mark. You cannot give me 0.5, you must give me x equals 2 because it's an equation. If you give me 0.5, it's 1 point, 1 dot only. So give me x equals to 0.5. Part B, they say, can you tell me how many solutions you have for this equation? Don't go and solve. Use your graph. They already give you a very big hint. They say use your graph. So how to use your graph? You need to make sure that this one is exactly this. So how to make it look like that? How to make the yellow one? Oops. The yellow one look like the blue one. What should I do? They are quite similar looking already. I need to times half, right? If I times half, then I realize that then it will become the blue equation. So this is my blue equation, which is my curve. And I know it's equals to y. Correct? So this will be equals to minus 2. So they are asking you, they want to know when will the curve cut the line y equals to minus 2. So go to your equation, go to your graph, and draw a line at y minus 2. How many points did they have? How many points of intersection are there? 1 here, 2 here. So how many solutions you have? We have 2. If they ask you to explain, you say the curve cuts the line y equals to -2 at 2 points. So that's why you have 2 solutions. So that's all. So this part B looks very scary, right? But actually is to ask you to find how many intersections there are. Same thing. They ask you. Okay, this one I snip off the part B, part C, part D because it's related to chapter 5 which you haven't learned. But this one they ask you to explain why this curve. This one this is my curve in case you are wondering, and this is my line. So the green equation is for the green curve. So they ask you, why does the curve not have any solution at all? This one, this is my curve, right? So I repeat one more time, this curve is equals to y. So they are asking you, why is it that for certain straight line that I draw, it doesn't cut the graph at all? Why? Yes. Okay, wait, let me finish this question. Okay, now they are asking you again, why is it that for certain straight line that you draw, it will not cut the graph at all? When will it not cut the graph at all?
Now.
Alright, starting from now, right? So can you see that when my horizontal line is lower than my minimum point, it will not cut anymore. And when it's at my minimum point, it cuts at how many points? Just 1 point. When I go anything further up, it will cut my graph at any 2 points. Yes, Salish? 10 is it? 10A, 10B. I'm at 11. Wait, give me a chance. Okay, so again, if you follow this equation, right? Okay, let me zoom this in. When you plot out a table of values, this is the curve that will happen. Okay? If you plot out this using your table of values, this is the straight line that you will draw. So what we know is that this curve and this straight line, they intersect at 2 points. So by right, you should have 2 solutions. Okay, but now, I deleted all the rest of the parts of the question because you haven't learned. So I just only zoom into A. They ask you, for this curve only, so ignore the yellow line, just look at the green curve. They say when this is equals to y, so I change this to y. So when y is equals to k, y equals to k is a horizontal line. We learned that before. X equals to k is a vertical line. So y equals to k is a horizontal line. They ask you, why is it that for certain horizontal line, there's no solution at all? Means they don't intersect at all. So any point in time where your horizontal line is below your minimum point, they don't cut anymore. So when they don't cut, they have no solution. So what I'm looking out for is the horizontal line below. So all this horizontal line that is below it. Then there will be no real roots, no solution at all. So we will say that, let's say this is my minimum point, which is at -6. No, -7.5, -8. No, not correct, right? -7.5. Then a 0.5. Okay, -8, for instance. So this is my lowest point. So when my k is less than -8, the curve will not cut the horizontal line y equals to k at all. So the idea is because it will not cut it anymore. That's why there's no solution. So if the question I change, explain why for certain values of k, there's 2 solutions. Then you say for k greater than -8, you will always cut the curve at 2 points. So that's why there's 2
How do
solutions.
you know which line belongs to which expression?
Usually you see whatever that they have written here, it will be linked back to your original equation. It will look exactly like what they give you, which is this one. So this is your curve. This will be linked to your straight line. When you equate your curve to your straight line, you are trying to find an intersection. So let me go back to this one. Like what we meant just now, this is my curve. So I repeat, this blue equation, they say it is how this curve is drawn. So the blue part here is my curve. So this is my curve. So now they ask you, can you solve for this? Can you find how many solutions you have if this is equals to -4? So I can't do anything unless I make my left hand side be equivalent to this. Because this is not my curve yet. My curve is this equation. This is quite similar to my curve, but not my curve yet. So I need to multiply by half so that it looks exactly the same. Can you see that? But I can't just multiply half here without doing this to the same thing here. So this is my curve. And this is my straight line. Okay, those who ask me the question and still talking, how to help? Okay, so I need to make the equation they give me equivalent to my curve first. Now it's exactly like my curve. And then I check what is the straight line that they want. So you calculate is -2 here, right? And they already tell me this is equals to y. So the straight line is y equals to -2. So imagine originally, this is the straight line they give me. And this is the curve they give me. How did they get there is they equate these two together. They are trying to make the curve to be equals to the straight line to find how many intersections there are. So when you look at this, it looks like they are not related at all, but actually this is the curve, which is y equals to this. This is the straight line, which is y equals to this. When you put the two y's together, just like when you are solving simultaneous equation, you put the two equations together, right? So this is after they join together. But if you split them back, each of them is a y equals to this, a y equals to this. It's like the curve equals to the straight line. So when you look at the line y equals to -2, you draw the -2 line. Can you see that they intersect here and here? Two solutions. So they never ask you to find what's the solution. They just want you to determine how many there are. But if they want, is it difficult to find? Just go and read. What's the answer here lah? So 2.7. Then here maybe -1.7. So that's the two solutions they want. Don't even need to use quadratic formula or what. Just use the curve and find where the solutions are. I can make it even more easy. I say, can you solve for this? How will you solve it? How will you solve it? This is my curve. And this curve is equal to y. So where is y equals to 0? Where is y equals to 0? Draw the line at y equals to 0. And then find where it cuts. That's it. So I hope you see in your past year paper, right? There are questions like this where they ask you to read the solution. So you just have to see where the line should be and then find the points of intersection. Okay, but anyway, this is supposed to be that 1 mark to see whether you can get or cannot. But out of the whole question, there's at least 5 marks that you can get. It's only that last part, can do or cannot. I'm testing your everything. So everything from the assignment can be tested. Anything from your past year paper can be tested. So you practice everything, you should be fine. Okay.